Good evening, and welcome to a very special Lego stream. This Lego stream is going to be a little bit different than my previous ones. I don't really have a set tonight. Instead, I have a lot of minifigures to open and add to my Lego population. I have two full licensed collectible minifigure series themes, and I have some promo blisters and some other minifigure based sets. Some of these sets come with small side builds. Most of them are just minifigures, but because it's a different format, I didn't bother with PDF instructions for these. I'm just going to use paper whenever we need to build something. But for the most part, tonight's about the minifigures. We have all sorts of colorful characters joining my Lego population tonight. When I counted all the stuff that I had prepared for the stream, I think the count came up to something like 55, something like that. Anyway, so here is just a standard Lego shopping bag, and this is the Lego shopping bag from which the idea for this stream began. But I've emptied it out and laid everything into a more cohesive format around the surfaces around my studio that you can't see on camera in preparation to go, and that way I can use the now empty bag to just collect packaging and trash. It'll be easier, I think, because all the minifigure sets are like littler packages. I do have a brick separator just in case, but I seriously doubt we will need it. Alright, so I've got a whole bunch of promo blisters and CMFs and some other special stuff here. What's a good way to begin? We've got a lot to get into, so I guess we'll start with my Animal Crossing poly bag, which comes with a single minifigure. And the reason I had this poly bag in a separate baggie is because when I was opening up the packing material, I was a little uncareful with the scissors, and I actually slashed the back of the poly bag, and I didn't want pieces spilling out before I was ready to do the stream, so that's why I had it in a separate baggie. But this is the what's it called again? Maple's Pumpkin Garden. This is the polybag set that was released for the Animal Crossing line. Animal Crossing is the second of the three current Nintendo themes. I don't count Donkey Kong as a separate property because the Donkey Kong sets are part of the Mario wave with the interactive Mario scan codes. So technically there were four Mario properties. I mean, four Nintendo properties that Lego's done so far. Mario up till this point, and this year they introduced Animal Crossing, and there's one single $300 Legend of Zelda set, which there's two build options, one based on Ocarina of Time, and one based on, I think, Breath of the Wild, which, from what I heard, are the two most popular of the dozens of Zelda games out there. But anyway, here's Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is a series that I never really got into, but I think I always thought the characters were kind of cute, and they're basically anthropomorphized people. And this is a good set to start with because the Animal Crossing minifigures, in a way, remind me of a theme from the 80s called Fabuland, which used these anthropomorphized animal people back in the early days of minifigures. So, plus I saw Maple's sweater, and I just had to get that torso print. She's kind of cute as a whole too. So let me just get everything onto the table, and we will build our first minifigure. Now this is a polybag set, so there is a small side build, a little bit of scenery, so we'll go ahead and do that. And I already dropped a piece off the table. There it is. Alright. And so here's the little instruction pamphlet. And we'll go ahead and get right into it. Like most poly bags, instead of being a whole book, it's just a little fold out. This is what it looks like. And since we're not doing the PDFs, I may as well keep it on screen. Oh, and she's got the short legs. So, cute little kid-sized character here. So we'll go ahead and she's holding this watering can for a garden. Nice big chibi animal head. That's a staple of the Animal Crossing series. I've seen some reviews on YouTube of some of the other sets. But the smallest box set in the line, the Birthday Party, the $15 set, they got the birthday boy, and he's got like this whole setup for his birthday party, and it only came with him. No extra minifigures. You can't have a birthday party with only one minifigure. I think that's part of LEGO's marketing to make you want to buy more sets. But here's Maple, and you can see that unique evergreen sweater. All in all, a very cute minifigure to start our minifigure party. Let's go ahead and build her a little bit of terrain as well. And because it's the short legs, I can't make her sit like I usually do. And the watering can is making her a little top heavy. So what if I push it down a bit so it's resting against the ground and becomes almost like a third leg. So because we have so many different themes and sets going on tonight, we'll have everything on the table for the duration of its build, and then I'll swap them off, and then we'll see what we can do to make a what's this? I don't think this goes with this set. Okay, I'll have to check my Mandalorian set. That may have broken off while I was moving it after the stream last week. Anyway, let's get right to it. So yeah, I know you can't see the instructions very well. It's more it would have been too much of a hassle to bother with the PDFs for this particular stream. There's just too much going on with this stream. So yeah. And you can see there's a little plate sticking out. That's where we're going to add another piece of terrain. And the terrain prominently features this pumpkin piece. This is actually my second Lego pumpkin. The first one that I got was in a set that I did off stream. It was a Harry Potter set. So there's a Lego pumpkin. And we're already about halfway done with the build here. And I do have a dish ready to collect any extra pieces for logging at the end of stream. When builds are involved, I'm going to try and just speed through the builds because we do have a lot to get through tonight. Some of the sets don't have builds. Most of them do. Well, the CMFs don't. And then it gets this little Lego flower here. And where's the flower top? There's the flower top. And then there's a clip plate, little ladder piece. That rests against the ground there. And then a small little tree going up here in the corner. Cute little cartoon tree. Alright, we're done with that build. We'll set the instructions aside and I'll show it off real quick. And then we will move on to the next bit. So here's our little pumpkin garden. It's not much of a garden. It's just one pumpkin and a tree and a flower. But a nice little bit of scenery. Captures the vibe of the Animal Crossing world pretty effectively. And of course, here's Maple. And probably one of the cuter minifigures we'll see tonight. Although there are some other cute ones coming later. And I'll go ahead and set her on her scenery. And we will set her aside and we'll move on to the next set. Alright, one more quick look. Because this is probably as cute as it gets for tonight. We have all sorts of cool characters. But tonight's stream, the collections I made were for the most part more about cool than cute. So, yeah. The next thing we're going to build tonight, I have here a Star Wars Battle Pack. This is the retired Inferno Squad pack. And I knew I wanted to do one Star Wars Battle Pack for my minifigure stream because, well, when it comes to Star Wars, the Battle Packs is how you army build and you do your minifigures. Now, this particular Battle Pack is one of many retired ones that have inflated considerably on the secondary market. Because the box is damaged and totally squished and in poor condition, the seller was selling it at the original retail cost, which was, I think, $20 when this one came out a few years ago. But this particular set, the Inferno Squad Battle Pack, it's generally going for about $35 to $50 on the aftermarket. Mostly because of these unique black troopers and this unique airspeeder build that's in here. The unhelmeted character, her name is Iden Versio. She's in one of the video games, I think Battlefront. And her story is she was an Imperial officer in charge of the squadron. And then after Operation Cinder and the Battle of Jakku, they defected to the New Republic, which was what the Rebel Alliance became after the Empire fractured. This box is so beat up, I don't even have an in. The push tab doesn't work. So, let's just rip it open from the obvious breach. This is absolutely barbaric the way I'm opening this now, and you'll never see me open another battle pack like this again. So yeah, here's the back view of the box. You can see it's a bit of an action scene. They're getting ready to go on patrol. So we have Iden Versio and her 3 black helmeted troopers. The non-movie troopers always fascinated me, both in Legends and canon. There's a whole host of dark trooper types. I mean, you have the Death Troopers from Rogue One, which were like the elite stormtroopers. You have these guys. You have the droid-based Dark Troopers from Gideon's Remnant. There's and in the original pre-Disney, now Legends continuity, there's even more Black Trooper variants. So yeah. Plus there's the Red Sith Troopers. So yeah. Tonight's about the minifigures, but this being a battle pack, we do have to build the speeder that goes with these guys. So, let's go ahead and get started. Oh, that's a cool helmet. We got 3 of these helmets in this pack. Alright, so here's the instruction book. And since we're going paper instructions, I guess I just gotta lay this out in front of me. These instructions are tinier than I'm used to working with. So it looks like It looks like each of the troopers has a different really big blaster. And all the blasters have the stud shooter attachment on them. Let's see. So there should be... Given how tight my quarters are tonight, I'm not even going to do test shots. I'm going to put these two ammo stacks together. It says each trooper is supposed to get 2 shots. So I'm going to make my 2 ammo stacks. I'm going to set them aside, and then we'll build up the characters as the instructions indicate. And I'm not going to demonstrate the shooters today. There's just too much going on, too many parts set up around here. So there's 8 studs, 8 shots, 2 shots for each of 4 troopers. Now the first one gun is alright. It looks like they all have the same. Are all the torsos the same? No, not all the torso prints are the same. I would assume Inversio has the one that's different. This set was controversial when it came out because battle packs are supposed to be unnamed troopers. And so it's always controversial when they release a battle pack that has a named character in it. But she's not a movie or TV show character, so it wasn't quite as big a deal as it usually is when they do that. Okay, so it says this gun has a... Alright. We did a whole big thing about the shooters during my Mandalorian Tatooine stream last week, so if you want to see these tested, then go watch my VOD for that on the YouTube. So here's the first guy's blaster. And it looks like the ones that aren't Iden, all the troopers, do have different faces. So, alright, so which one is this? I guess it really doesn't matter which trooper we give which gun to, but... Alright. And, wow, they are printed legs. That's not always the case with troopers. So, let's make sure the legs... Yeah, it looks like all the leg prints are the same. Yeah. So with troopers with subtle variances, you do kind of have to pay attention to the markings. But yeah, here's the standard trooper torso. Front. Back. Here, there's the back print. And then we, of course, we put his helmet on. And that's what the trooper looks like with his helmet on. And we will give him his gun here. And like usual, he can sit down and watch the rest of the pack be built. The next minifigure indicated in the instructions is Iden Versio, the named character commander of this group. And she just gets a standard unadorned gun. Oh yeah, she gets this head. So she actually comes with 2 different faces. Happy face, or I should say smug, confident face, and then the angry action face. And for purposes of this being in her Empire days, I'm going to give her the angry action face. And then we gotta find her hairpiece in here somewhere, in this pile somewhere. There it is. And she just gets a standard unadorned basic stud gun. So we just gotta put this little trigger piece in. Again, we're not loading it, we're not testing it. I've done enough of these at this point that I know I'm doing it right. And she has a slightly different torso print. She has this whole life support chest piece going on here. And then that's what the back looks like. Basically a black version of the Stormtrooper armor print. So there's Commander Versio. And she just yeeted her teammate over. Now we have our third trooper, who also is just going to get a standard gun. Alright, where's... We need to find legs for him. Ah, the legs are over here. And he gets standard gun. There's the trigger. You can see his face print is subtly different from that first trooper. Slightly different expression, but you can tell they're kind of from the same stock. And there, he is now armored up and ready to go. And then on this page, wow, this guy's got this whole big mega gun thing going on. Give me a moment. This will take a bit to set up. Wow, this is a large gun, huh? Very large gun. This gun's kind of overkill. Kind of a whole little rifle thing going on here. This is a very big gun that this last trooper has. You can't even see it because it's black here. If I hold it against the background, you can see it a little better. But yeah, that's one honker of a gun there. And he, of course, gets the really angry, intense action face. But you don't get to see it because under the helmet, well, the helmet's even scarier than he is. Now let's give him the gun. So now that the troopers are prepared, we need to build the speeder. The speeder is probably the single biggest build we have in the stream today. So once we build this, anything else with a build should probably be smaller builds from here out. This isn't going to fit into the Star Wars display I have going, though, so... A lot of what we're doing, a lot of the characters we're preparing today won't be able to start in my displays right away. My Lego display areas are technically out of space right now. I can probably leverage some space to put up a few of the characters from tonight. But most of these characters are going to start their time in my collection in the storage box waiting for my monthly display rotations, which I'm going to be starting up probably next week after the Mario stream. The Mario stream I was talking about last time, I had to delay that due to issues with a bad eBay seller. So hopefully we'll be able to have that next week. I'm really hoping, but excuse me a moment. I'm going to mute the microphone. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, let's keep going with this. Again, I know you can't really see the instructions from where the camera is. It would have been just too much hassle to deal with the PDFs for the format tonight. Oh, I didn't show you the instruction book when I opened the set. I just pretty much dumped out the piece and got to it. There's the instruction book. Anyway, let's get right back into it. Alright. Wow. As far as Lego Star Wars goes, this speeder's a fairly simple build, only about 30 pages of instructions or so, but still probably the single most complex build we're doing tonight. I think after this, pretty much all the other sets we have that have builds are just like the pamphlet style, polybag style instructions, like we saw a little while ago with Maple. Alright, what piece is that? Okay, so I need a tile. There's the tile. And I need that panel piece. Which I can't seem to find in my parts pile, but I know it's got to be here. I didn't see any pieces fall out. Oh, wait a minute. We have this utility belt piece. Someone was supposed to get a utility belt. The question is which figure? Oh, this guy. The first guy with the medium-sized gun. Alright, well, let's fix that real quick. No, he's already got a super gun. And so let's actually give the additional accessory to the commander. I didn't even notice that there was that utility belt piece in this parts pile. And I actually, Pelimato from the set we did last week had one. I think I put hers on backwards. We're not going to worry about the... You know what? the spare utility belt, we'll give it to the other guy who has a basic, gun. You know, balancing out the weight and all that. And I just dropped his helmet. It's not an Uncle Evie Lego stream unless a piece randomly yeets off the table during the build. Let me see if I can get to it. Alright, I got it. Alright, so the utility belts have been applied. And where's that piece that I can't see? There it is. It was under another piece. Alright, let's keep going. Now that that crisis has been averted. I like the use in Star Wars of the transparent tiling for engines and repulsors. Now, I didn't recognize the vehicle from the picture as something specific. It might be something from the Battlefield game, or it might be like they do in Battle Packs sometimes and just make something up. But either way, it's a pretty cool looking vehicle. And one of the more unique amongst the speeders of the Battle Pack series in Star Wars. Alright, it's starting to pick up its distinctive shape now. Okay, so it looks like we're building 2 copies of a big gun here. This is not, however, the stud gun on the speeder. This is just a cannon for display. It says we're supposed to build 2 of these. So these are like the main laser cannons, I guess, and then we'll add the stud blaster later. I know there's a stud blaster because I can see actually double stud blaster. There's 2 of them sitting in my parts pile. So yeah, so like the speeders in last week's 2 battle packs, this one's going to have stud guns. So these 2 guns attach on the front. No, I didn't attach them correctly. They attach on these side hinges like this. You know, the Empire, always overdoing it with the guns. They mean business. The Empire ruled through tyranny and fear. kind of the point of Inferno Squad. They were special ops. I don't know their whole story. I never actually played Battlefront or read the novels they were in. Mostly I'm a movies and shows kind of guy when it comes to Star Wars. Okay. So looks like there's the body of the speeder. And now we just got to build the wing units for it. So yeah, I know I said today was going to be about minifigures. We're getting back to the minifigures shortly. But like I said, where there's builds involved, we got to finish the set. Well, it's more time for you to look at my lineup of troopers in the front, at least. I see what it's doing. The blaster is going on the wing, which means at the end we're going to need to create another ammo pile. Okay, so this one goes on here like that. And then we need to make the wing for the other side. We're almost done with the speeder. And then we'll be back to setting up our party here. We still got a lot of cool characters to meet tonight. So yeah, so the Animal Crossing bit we did at the beginning, that was a licensed set, and this is also a licensed set. I think next we'll move into a little bit of unlicensed Lego in-house stuff before we do more of the licensed characters. One thing I want to set up for next year is a Marvel stream where I get like small sets representing all the major characters, and we just do as many Marvel characters as we can across that stream. Similar in format to this stream, except there'll be a lot more small builds and a lot less total characters, but still an epic assortment of characters. I think it'll be a fun stream, a fun way to introduce Marvel into my collection. Okay, so these pin hinges, they represent guns too. This speeder is loaded. This is a heavily armed speeder. Alright, and here's where it shows that you load up the blasters and then you have 2 spare shots. So we're going to make one more ammo pile. And then we're going to go over here. What's this showing? Oh yeah, that's just showing how the stud shooter works. So yeah, this is a very intimidating and threatening looking speeder. And let's take our commander and set her inside like this. Maybe she doesn't sit. No, she should. There we go. We made a connection with the leg studs. So our commander is going to pilot the speeder. Iden Versio is going to pilot her Imperial Death Speeder. And we'll have the 3 troopers behind her ready to attack anything they come across. And that's that. So, okay, it's showing some of the other sets that I didn't even know that set existed. Nice. Okay. Yeah. And there's a Snoke's Guard battle pack and some microfighters on this ad. And here's some more ads. Okay. And of course the parts page list at the back. Alright. We'll swoosh the speeder one more time. And we will take the troopers off. And I'll set them over here. And the ammo piles I don't want to set there because they're going to roll off and get lost. So I'll set them back here. And I'll take the spare parts aside. Next thing we want to do, well, I know. Let's take a look at our first little bit of CMF. I've been getting a lot of the spam bots on my channel lately. We just got another one. So, CMF. There's the numbered CMFs, which are general unlicensed characters. And then there's a whole bunch of licensed and unlicensed special themed CMFs. And this is the CMF series. These are 4 packets from the CMF series from Lego Movie 2. Back when the collectible minifigure series were in blind bags like this, you could go into a store and identify which bag was which by feeling around for the parts inside. And so that there's you can get full sets on Bricklink and eBay and other sites where people have just gone and felt the bags and assembled full sets that way. This is not the whole Lego Movie 2 series. In the Lego Movie 2 series of CMF, in addition to the Lego characters, they also included 4 chase characters representing the main cast of Wizard of Oz. Dorothy and her 3 friends. There was also a Wicked Witch figure that they released in the Lego Dimensions line. I opted not to go for that one to complete the Wizard of Oz set, as there's going to be 3 classic witches with the classic witches hats. There's going to be 3 other witches on the stream tonight anyway. So I didn't really feel like we needed a 4th character witch. But the seller who was selling this Wizard of Oz set also included in the package this random minifigure. I looked it up on Bricklink, and this is actually a modified version of a minifigure from a set. So this isn't actually a real Lego minifigure. Well, it is a real Lego minifigure made of real Lego parts, but I think this is kind of like a seller signature figure, where he kind of just took parts to make a Lego representation of himself. That's what I'm assuming at least. But yeah, so here's just a random city guy to go into our collection. And since he came with the Wizard of Oz characters, we'll just let him stay out. And he'll sit because he doesn't have a stand. Alright. So let's see. Let's do Tin Man first. So you can see they've felt and labeled the characters with a piece of tape across the picture. Let me just look. So yeah, and the back of the packet, I don't know how well that's coming up, but the back of the packet does in fact include the trademark and copyright license indicator for Wizard of Oz. even though the CMF as a whole, this is only a portion of that. And there's no tear strip. Clever thing they did to prevent thievery. So we're going to make a careful cut on the back where it says to make a slit. We're not going to cut very far because we don't want to damage anything inside. And from there we can tear it open. So we're going to dump everything out. Let's make sure we got everything. All right. And there's a CMFs come with this little paper pamphlet. And what the paper pamphlet does is it includes a guide for how to do some of the minifigures that may have non-standard pieces. There's also a checklist on one side for each set. So here you can see the Lego Movie 2 checklist. Again, we're only doing the Wizard of Oz ones tonight. And you can see there's a Unikitty in there as well. I have Unikitty. They've done Unikitty hundreds of times. So, alright, and the back is showing instructions for that character, just how to put the skirt on, and Unikitty. From the picture, we should be able to tell what are these rings he's got here. And you can see each CMF comes with a stand. In most sets they're black. For Lego Movie 2 they were white. Some of the series they have some special printing. So let me see if I can make sense of the picture here. So, oh, his torso printing is made with the metallic printing, and parts of his plastic have that shiny effect as well. So according to the picture, he's like this, but oh, you know what these little rings are? Little metallic bow tie for him to wear. Clever. I didn't even notice that. Why do they give us 3 copies of that? I think there's only meant to be 1 spare on pieces like that. And in one hand he's holding a heart with a clock face on it. And I will show you the character in a minute. And then in his other hand he's holding his axe. And actually in Wicked, the prequel story to Wizard of Oz, it reveals that Cowardly Lion, Tin Man, and Scarecrow were characters important in the lives of Glinda and Elphaba, the Wicked Witch. They were characters who were mutated into the forms that Dorothy knows. So that was kind of cool to learn that. I actually have a better way of displaying this heart piece. I'm going to do it. No, that's not a better way because he doesn't actually hold it if I do it like that. Sometimes the stud connection works on minifigure hands and sometimes it doesn't. Oh, yeah. Because this piece's shape, it's... No, I got it. Alright. Wow, we're almost an hour into stream and we're barely getting started. So here's our Tin Man. And I'll hold on to this pamphlet and I'll take these spare bits off. And let's go ahead and do Scarecrow. And we only need 1 copy of the pamphlet. that's all the pieces in there. So Scarecrow, fairly standard assembly with Scarecrow. He's just a basic minifigure here. Oh, and I like how his string belt print continues from his torso onto the leg. That's a cool touch when they can coordinate the torso and leg prints like that. He, of course, has his distinctive hat. And he is holding a certificate. Certificate of Achievement. So this is just the generic printed certificate that Lego puts in from time to time. But still cool. So we'll put him on a stand. Oh, I didn't show you a proper view of Tin Man. Here you go. You can see the shine across his metallic printing and plastic. And here's a Scarecrow. And there's his certificate. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Cowardly Lion next. Okay, and he actually has an inner baggie. I wonder what's up with that. That's inconsistency. No biggie. Let's just get him out of there. And so he gets... Shh! Shh! So, he gets... No, I can't put his torso on yet. He needs to have his tailpiece put on first. So here's our second animal character of the evening. Or our second human animal character of the evening. So he has two faces. He has the scared face. And he also has... wow, why isn't this... And then he also has this happier face. Let's see. For purposes of being in character, let's give him the scared face for this. And then, of course, he gets his big shaggy mane. And he holds a medal, which I think is supposed he gets at the end to represent a medal of bravery. Anyway, at any rate, it's a beautiful print. Let's see if I can... Yeah, I can attach it the easy way. Let's put him on a stand. Oh, and he even has claw printing on his toes. That's cool. So here's the lion. And you can see his Medal of Bravery. And one more, and I need the instructions for this one. This one is supposed to contain... So we can see that whoever this seller was is very good at the field test, because they've correctly identified all the figures so far. So let's open this one up. And yep, that's our Dorothy. And she even comes with her little dog Toto. And a skirt piece for her waist. Yeah. I gotta figure out how to get the skirt piece on. Let's see here. Well, that's cool. Alright. They did miss an opportunity here. While most of the Lego Movie 2, well, all the Lego Movie 2 figures get the white base plates, they could have given yellow base plates to these four to make the yellow brick road. Oh well. These are still quite awesome, so we're gonna try to set up the skirt piece. And then this part folds over this leg, and then this part comes around and folds over this leg, and then we put on the little torso to hold the whole thing in place. Yeah. And the legs are plain underneath, but they're printed with her socks and shoes at the bottom. Her famous red shoes. Alright. Just not getting it there with this waist. We'll get there. And we'll be finishing Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz right around the hour mark of stream. And then we'll get into some of the blisters. And then I think we'll do the 2 other CMFs, because I have 2 full licensed CMF themes in my pile as well. The reason we're so far behind right now is because the speeder was a little bit more involved than I assumed it would be. But that's okay. More time for me to spend sharing my Lego with all of you. Alright. She also has 2 faces. Happy face and concerned face. I'm just going to go happy face. We'll put her hair on. Okay. The skirt looks a little baggy when placed around a minifigure, but no biggie. And I'm actually going to put her on the side. I'm not going to send her on the base plate because I want to make room for her little dog Toto. Can he even stand on it? Alright. So there's Dorothy and Toto. The 4th and final of the 4 Wizard of Oz chase figs in the Lego Movie 2 series. Very nice minifigure there. Alright. We'll let these 4 stay on for a bit while I get these other things put away here. Let's see what we want to do next. Okay, let's look at some Lego non-licensed minifigures now before we continue on with the licensed sets. First I have to get these guys off. I have a little more room over here, but pretty soon I'll have to start improvising. Let's make room for the next thing. Okay, we have here a little promo caveman. Well, caveman and cave woman. And it comes with this little cardboard cave that you're supposed to put them in. So we'll slip off this outer paper. I guess this counts as packaging. So yeah, here's one more little look at the packaging ribbon. And now, how does this open up to get to the parts inside? I guess you're supposed to open it from... No, because that's a solid fold there. How do I open this thing? Okay, so here, this cave door opens, and oh, they're already pre-assembled. So it came like this. They're already pre-assembled. Let's see if I can pop them out of the plastic so we can get a closer view of them real quick. But if they're pre-assembled, we won't be on the cave people too long. But we'll still give them their due. We'll give them a minute in the spotlight. I'm actually going to keep this cave box, because if I close it up like that, I can display them in front of them. It's a nice little bit of scenery. You can see a little Lego heart plate on top, hanging from the top as well. That's a clever touch. And little Lego style spider down there. There's a little Lego skull. This box has some nice printing. On the back, there's a lost dinosaur and some picture of some other cave minifigures, including a dino suit minifigure. From the side, you can see a little campfire inside the cave, and on this side, you can see you can see some primitive clothing. All right, so let's look at Cave Woman first. She also has rubber hair. He has standard plastic hair. Interesting. Okay, so here's the cave woman with her big giant club, and then on the back, that's the back printing. There's no reverse face, and then you can see the bone in her hair. And then Caveman has a big goofy grin, but you can't really tell that. Oh, I gotta take the beard off. You gotta see this. This is an over-exaggerated grin, but you know why I think his grin is so big? Because when this big shaggy beard goes on him, you can't really see that. So you can still see him smiling through the beard, though. Big fluffy caveman, and he's plain on the back, not really anything to show. But together, here's Caveman and Cave Woman. They both wield a giant club, and I'll just put them back in the little cave box. Shh. Alright, so sorry there wasn't anything to assemble there. Some of these sets, the minifigures come pre-assembled. Some of them, the minifigures are pre-assembled, but there's still a build to go with them. So there, we've closed up the cave, and we'll set that aside. And now we will... Let's do the mummies next. We're going into the Halloween section of our stream here. We're going to do a bunch of we're going to do some minifigures based on Halloween monsters. So this is from Pharaoh's Quest. It was a Lego in-house theme around the same time as Alien Conquests, Atlantis, and the pre-Jurassic Park Dino HQ. So this was the blister pack that came with Pharaoh's Quest. Most of the proper sets from Pharaoh's Quest are super inflated. A lot of the sets from that era, that was a popular era for Lego, so a lot of the sets are super inflated. But I was able to get this blister at a decent price. eBay best offers can be your friend sometimes. So yeah, we have 3 pre-built mummies and then some accessories inside the sarcophagus. So again, this is another set we're not going to be spending a lot of time on. So let's so here's the backing card A little bit damaged because we tore the plastic off, but this is what the Pharaoh from the series looked like. And we will ditch the plastic and we will take a look at our minifigures. First, we can see it came with these two black scorpions. And we have one standard mummy warrior wielding a scimitar. And I love the printing on these Pharaoh Quest mummies. It's a lot more. Pharaoh Quest was a spiritual successor to an even earlier theme called Adventurers, which had 4 distinct adventures in it. The first one being the Egypt adventure. But yeah, the mummies in Pharaoh's Quest are so much more detailed. There was like 12 years between the two themes, so there's plenty of time for minifigure design to evolve. So here's the basic mummy warrior. But you can see he's got beautiful printing on his crown. Or I should say his headpiece. Scimitar. This mummy warrior is the same, except he has a scarab shield and a spear. And then here's probably my favorite of the Pharaoh's Quest mummy variants. This is the flying mummy, who comes with a bird-shaped crown and this big, huge, beautiful wing piece. Oh. And you could get 2 more of these in a set that also came with a small plane for the adventurers side of things. Yeah, the flying mummy, really cool. Probably one of my favorite minifigures in my collection now. Probably one of my top 10s. And then the blister also came with this little sarcophagus, and if you shake it, you can hear some stuff inside. It's got a beautiful, bold blue base, and then this gold lid made from shiny plastic, which shows the shape of the mummy, the shape of the Pharaoh. And if we open the lid, there's a snake and some gemstones inside. Let me get them out. I had one green snake before the stream, but now I have a red snake too, and I know one of my other sets has a black snake in it. So yeah, Night of the Snakes. So here's my snake. And then, okay, it came with all these gems you can see in my hand. I can't really get them on camera better. There's some yellow ones too that are blending into my hand that you can't really see, but there's blues and greens and reds. Lots of different gems here. Let's put the gems back into the sarcophagus to hold them. And let's see, do the scorpions and snake fit if I have all the gems inside? Maybe not. Maybe the scorpions won't fit. Let's try. No, we got it. So the scorpions and snake are back inside the sarcophagus temporarily, so we can get these guys off and move to the next thing. But first, quick little display spread. Not that it matters, because we're clearing them off in a minute for the next thing. So our animal count for tonight so far is Toto and a red snake and 2 black scorpions. There's a lot of animals that come with tonight's figures, but we're just getting started with the animal game here. So we'll take the mummies off, and we'll continue with our little Halloween portion with 2 Halloween blisters. First, we're going to start with this one. This is a very basic promo blister that came out at one point. I don't remember. Yeah. So this promo blister is from around the same time as the mummies. And you can see it's just the minifigures, and each one of them has an accessory. And this blister is more colorful and cute. The other Halloween blister I have is more the standard creepy cute that you associate with Lego Halloween stuff. And the seller also sent me this plate for displaying the 3 minifigures on. So let's get this out, get it ready. That bag's too small to be of use to me. And this is a fairly standard Lego promo blister style with like the basic clamshell that they could put a printed bit inside if they need to. So we'll take these guys out and look at them individually. So the first minifigure that came with the set is our first of 3 witches tonight. She's got a black and purple dress, a traditional witch's helmet, and this really cool potion bottle that somehow they've designed it such so it looks like it's actually holding some kind of dark purple magical liquid in there. You can see they got the transparent clear for the bottle, but also the trans color inside for the potion. So very cool witch. Oh, and her dress has back printing as well. Back printing wasn't so common back when this blister came out, but this is pretty cool. And we'll put her in the middle of the plate. And then the next minifigure from this promo set is Batboy here. And Batboy has short legs and a festive Halloween vest, and just kind of a cool and cute and interesting figure. And the accessory he came with is this little Lego spider. I hope you like creepy crawlies, because I think one other set I got today also has a spider in it. And I'll put the spider up here. I'll have him hold, if I can get him to hold the spider from its stud connection, that's the best case scenario for getting him on the display, because I don't think I'll be able to fit the spider on the display otherwise. But the wings that are molded into his arm piece might make holding the spider impossible. Almost. Oh, I lined it up. Okay, we're good to go. So now he's holding the spider, and he'll go on his little base plate here next to the witch. And then we have this guy who transforms from a scarecrow to a pumpkin head, depending on if you add his attachment. So here's what he looks like as a plain scarecrow, with a creepy, cute smile going on there. But you can give him the pumpkin head like this, and he suddenly becomes a lot more interesting. We'll call him Scarecrow Jack. How's that sound? So yeah, pretty cool Halloween minifigure. And we're actually going to let these 3 stay out, because the next thing I have is another Halloween blister with 3 more creepy cute characters for our Halloween collection here. And actually, before we get into that blister, I just want to show you these 3 in a row. Back in, what year was it? I can't even tell. I don't remember. About 10 years ago, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. I'm not sure exactly. They did these 3 promo blisters for... And it was a cute... They came with 3 minifigures and some small side builds. And it was a cute format. And went on for a few seasons. And I really thought that this series was going to go somewhere, because it's a cute format. It works. I mean, 3 figures and it builds. This was effectively early battle packs, or a blister pack as the case may be, since these aren't really troop building sets. They're kind of population building sets. But we have a rock band, a beach scene, and a Halloween scene. And they never really continued with this format. I went online looking for more, and I didn't see any more with this style of packaging and box. And you'll see that each of these comes with a cardboard backdrop inside to set the scene. We'll set the beach scene and the rock band aside. We'll do the Halloween scene first, because we've already got our Halloween characters out. And these you want to open carefully, because they're meant to be displayed with a cardboard back plate. And I plan to do so, but I think I'll have to come up with some kind of display solution for the cardboard, because I don't think they came up with, I don't think they included holders for the cardboard bits, but they're meant to be displayed with them. So there's a little piece of tape here. If I slip the tape, I should be able to get this open. I can see the little cardboard backdrop's already getting bent up. I'm already being too rough with this. Let's get a little more careful. The only one where the backdrop really matters, I think, well, the beach to a degree, but also the rock band, it really matters. Here, the side build is actually a little bit of seam building, so the cardboard might not be so important. Okay, cardboard is not bent up too much, I can use it. So here's the back print, kind of some swamp gas for our Halloween scene. Oh, this is cool. Let's get into this blister pack here. So there's pieces here, and then of course the 3 minifigures. Excuse me a moment. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. My brother just came in from work. So, well, something just fell off the minifigure and onto the floor. And here we get another black spider, our second black spider of the night. And actually, in order to save space in the bag, I'm going to slip the plastic back into the other plastic. So what fell here? Something definitely fell. Let me look at the thing. Let me see. Oh yeah. He was... Yeah, I think I see it. Yeah. So it's a zombie businessman, and he has a little suitcase here. And the suitcase actually opens up, but there's no Lego piece small enough to fit inside. Alright, let's open this up and build our little graveyard scene. And these I'll move off a little bit. We'll pull this back so I have a little more table space on camera. Alright, let me go ahead and get this open. Alright, let me, and we will, okay, there's some more animals in here. Alright, so let's open our little pamphlet and put our little graveyard together. So this ghost, and I can't demonstrate right now. I can't demonstrate. But the ghost is actually the glow-in-the-dark ghost piece. And that's a plain black minifigure head under him, no printing. And actually, if you take the if you take his ghost shroud off, he is a very non-standard build. Well, slightly non-standard build inside. He uses a brick and plate combo instead of regular legs under the shroud, because the shroud can't bend anyway, so it would have been a waste to use regular legs, I guess. And then the plain black minifigure head. The other two minifigures are fairly standard construction in terms of part arrangement. So he's got his chains, and he glows in the dark, but I can't demonstrate that right now. We also got this witch, and this is actually a green skin witch, like the Wizard of Oz witch. And wow, her arm joint feels a little loose. I did mention these minifigures are older. She has nice printing on her dress, but she only has front printing, unlike the other witch who has back printing. But here's the second witch for the night. The third witch isn't actually part of the Halloween's portion of the stream. We'll see her later. And third and final for the minifigures in this set, we got the zombie businessman, complete with old phone and suitcase. You can see his tattered suit and his creepy face. Anyway, let's set these guys over here. And they can wait for, let's open up this little pamphlet and build the little graveyard scene. Now this is just a pamphlet build, so it'll be more like the Animal Crossing one we did at the beginning, where it goes by in just a couple minutes. After this, we'll do 2 more blisters, and then we'll see what we want to do from there. I still got a lot of stuff here to show you guys. I did mention how these 1x1 slopes kind of annoy me. I talked so much about it in the past, so we're not going to go over it again. Then we get this brick, and then we get some more bricks. And this is one side build that's definitely meant to be looked at from the front. So yeah, you're seeing the wrong end of it right now from the camera vantage point. Sorry about that. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. There should be one more little tile. There it is. And then we get this plate, and then these pieces. And then we're about to get a printed tile. On this gravestone here. Oh, that's cool. There's like a bat artwork on this printed tile. I'll show you the whole gravestone when I finish the scene. I put the wrong piece up there. That's how, no, there's supposed to be a plate, I think. There it is. Okay, so we're getting the first of two bats we're going to see tonight. Not counting the bat boy. But it looks like this bat is meant to be a statue on the gravestone. Oh, but we also get a little green frog. Shh. Shh. And then it gets these vines going across. Excuse me a minute. We're back. Alright, so now we need to put this other vine into the ground. Like this. And then it shows us how to build this little swamp tree assembly thing, where we just put these old seaweed pieces, or I've only ever seen them used as seaweed. I've never seen them used for land plants. Well, we're in a swamp, so it's not really a land plant. And then the last vine. But we have an extra leaf piece. Where's that supposed to go? Hold on. There's only an indication of two of them. Well, we're going to make it up because we have an extra swamp piece that isn't going to stand on its own. So we'll make it up. We'll do this across here like it said. So another round of vines. And then we'll do this one up here like this. So we have a simple little swamp plant build. And then we have our gravestone overgrown with vines with a little bat statue on top. And we also have a red snake and a green snake. And we have the little green frog sitting in front of the gravestone. And we have this little black spider that the set also came with. So a lot of animals in this Halloween set. And the spider we'll put there. And we even have a little gray rat to run around our little graveyard scene here. So we'll put the rat here. No, we want to face forward. Can I put him there? He doesn't want to go there. There is a stud opening there. I'll move the frog over once so we can put the rat on the base plate as well. Nothing we can do for the snakes at this time. I'll just have to keep track of them. So, one more look at the swamp and the plant. And we will, the backdrop. And let's see here. That kind of works, but I need to get a stand. I need to find some way to build a stand for these three backdrops. So I'll just set that aside here and here and we'll bring a couple more friends back out because I kind of need to do a quick bio break. So we'll bring the cave back out and we will I'm not going to bring everyone back out because then it'll take too long to get back in once I get back from the bio break. But let's bring out the mummies. It's not smooth on top. There's not really a way for him to stand up there. Alright, so you can see our kind of our Halloween and costume part of the night is here. I didn't bring back out Wizard of Oz or Animal Crossing or the Inferno Squad. Just too much clutter for the table. They'll have to come out for the end game scene though at the end of stream. But for now, for the bio break, this is fine. We've got our little Halloween spread here. The cave people cave and the mummies. I think that's a good spread. You know what? We can put the speeder up too. I'm not going to get the troopers right now, but yeah. Alright. When I come back, we'll do the beach blister and the rock band blister, and then we will go from there. And after that, we've still got quite a bit to go here, so we've done 4, 5, 9, 12, 15, 17, 20. We've got we've still got a long way to go here. Wow. We've done less than half of tonight's minifigures so far, and we're already an hour and a half in. I knew that that's what a party is for, right? Anyway, let's take a quick bio break, and I'll see you in a couple minutes, and we will keep these characters coming. Alright, sorry about that. We're back. And I have to say, never underestimate the importance. Never underestimate the importance of a good bio break. If you're going to do a long stream, you're going to want to take your breaks. Anyway, so let's take these down now so we can move on to the next minifigures in tonight's party. I wish I could do something with these snakes, but the Lego snakes are the one Lego piece I know of that don't actually have any attachment points. So we can't do anything with the snakes except set them aside. So I'm going to actually set them in a different place where I know they're not going to get lost in the shuffle. Oh wow. My little side area is full. So now I have to start working. Now I have to start utilizing the second side area I designated. That's cool. Alright. We're going to do the beach blister next. You can see it comes with a surfer dude, surfer girl, and then one hula girl. And then from the picture, it looks like the side build is a tropical tree and a grill. Let's get into this. Now this one the tape came off much easier. So here's the plastic as we did before. Here's the cardboard backdrop for the beach scene. Oh, that's cool. No, I had it upside down. The colors of a tropical sunset make it, on a beach, make it so it's confusing to know which way to hold the backdrop. This is how it's supposed to look. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's get the stuff out of the plastic. Oh, these are some cool printed surfboards they've got here. Oh man, she dropped her instrument. Okay, let's get over it. You know what? I'm going to put them on the surfboards. So our surfer dude came with this Hawaiian Aloha print surfboard. And there he is. You can see they went with a bare torso muscle print for him. And then the surfer girl came with this this surfboard with a pink flame pattern. Kind of a stylized tribal flame design going on there in pink. And there's the surfer girl. And then we also have, oh wow, she's got one of those fabric skirt pieces too, but these were pre-assembled, so I didn't have to worry about it this time. And man, these I think this instrument's called a maraca. Anyway, our hula girl ready to do the tribal dance. So we'll stand her over here. And let's actually pull this back into the camera. will set them over here real quick, and we will open up the plastic and the brochure and get building. Did I unmute the microphone? Let's be sure I'm not actually talking to air. Did I unmute? All right, we're good. I have on several occasions forgotten to reactivate the microphone after a break. So embarrassing when I do that, but everybody makes mistakes. All right. Rather than a pamphlet, this is actually a mini book. There's only about 10 pages of instructions though, and the minifigures are already assembled. So it looks like we're starting with instructions for the grill. This instruction book is badly creased and making it hard to operate with. That should be a little bit better. I may do more minifigure based streams in the future. I've learned about some other minifigure based sets, and we're only just hitting the tip of the iceberg with the CMFs tonight. We had those Wizard of Oz ones, and we've got 2 licensed themes, but there's like, I think we're up to 30 or 40 something CMF series by now. So yeah, there's definitely available things to get for future minifigure oriented streams. There's whole sets that are like minifigure packs, like themed city packs. There's a fantasy one. Yeah. So this won't be our only stream revolving around minifigures. Probably the only one this year, though, because my Lego budget for the year is mostly shot at this point. There's still a couple sets that are on the list for this year, but most of the wish list has been postponed until next year. There's like 1 or 2 special things that I'm putting into my holiday budget, so you'll see those when they come around. So right now what we're doing is we're basically building the beachfront grill for the scene, and I don't know why this plate isn't lining up. There we go. That was a tighter fit than I'm used to with Lego. At least I know it's not going to fall out when it's not supposed to, I guess. And then we got to build... Oh, interesting. We have these trans orange slope pieces to represent the fire on the grill. That's actually a clever design. And I know you can't really see what I'm doing right now, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing when we work with tiny 1x1 bits like this. Brick separator in the way. Let's take this. Cleanup's going to be, even though I'm collecting the packaging in that big Lego shopping bag I showed you earlier, cleanup's still going to be a bugger, getting all of these characters organized into their storage baggies and picking the few who are going to get to go on display. I may postpone that task until tomorrow because it's not going to be an easy task. So here's a little torch for the grill, and then it also has us putting these two little knives on the other side of the grill. Well, honestly, if I was grilling, I want the knives to be handle up, so I'm actually not following the instructions exactly as they're in the book. So now it has us actually put the grill top on over the slope flames like this. And then it has us just rest the turkey on top of the grill like this. So this is our grill. You can see the two chicken legs on top, and the you can kind of see the trans orange beneath the grill, but man, I don't like when the Lego instructions tell you just put something loose on top. I always like there to be a connection. There. Alright, so the next thing the instructions has us do is the little tree build, which I find reminiscent of some of the old pirate sets, actually. Not Pirates of the Caribbean, the Lego in-house theme that was popular for a while. Oh, that's cool. We get this nice little Lego parrot for the beach scene. Dual printed in green and red. And he's supposed to stand upon this tree like this. So there's our beech tree with the parrot, and we also have this little seashell piece that it came with, classic Lego seashell, and I'm just going to attach that to the base of the tree if there's room to do so. There we go, like that. And actually maybe a little bit open. Yeah, no, that doesn't look good. We'll do a... So there's the tree with the clamshell attached. And one more little build. We have here a tiny little table. That gets that the instructions say we're supposed to place 2 bananas on, like this. Lots of loose pieces on this one. The chicken legs and the bananas don't attach to anything. I'll give them to the surfers to hold when we set it off screen, I guess. So the instruction book I'll set aside. Here's our little beach scene. One more look at the figures. And we'll move on to the rock band in a moment. Alright. Hula Girl's already holding stuff. So we'll just set her aside over here, I guess. And Surfer Girl will hold the bananas. And no, the Surfer Girl and the Surfer Dude are not going to hold the bananas and the chicken legs when I actually set them up on display. It's just for ease of having as few loose pieces as possible for putting all the builds aside. So Surfer Dude will get the turkey legs for now. And we'll take the tree, and we will take the little table and the grill. And we will move on to the last of the blisters I have over here. But we're far from done. We still have 2 whole licensed CMFs and then the retro portion of the stream to go. We'll be here a while. So here's our rock band blister. You can see it comes with 3 musicians and a little bit of some of their stage equipment. And the backdrop is the stage lights. Let's go ahead and get this one open. This one also, the tape was loose. It would have been cool if they had made more of these blisters, but I only know about the 3. So here's the stage lights backdrop, and we're just going to set that over here. Excuse me a moment. I've got things flopping around in my off-screen area. Okay, we're good. Everything's accounted for. I just gotta make sure everything stays in its place. Alright, we're good to go. Actually, now that all 3 of the backdrops are set aside here, I can put some stuff over here in this corner. Yeah, let's do it like this. Alright, that should work. Alright, let's finish opening up the rock band. Sorry about that, I just had to rearrange some off-screen stuff that was getting messed up. So, based on the outfits and hairstyles, I would say this is probably kind of a 90s metal band. I'll have to ask my brother for an interpretation of these outfits, but that's my best guess, at least. It's an era, era and genre of music that I never really followed too much, but I know a bit about it. My brother's really into that kind of music, because he's into all the musics. And yet another plastic bag yeeted a piece off the table. Okay, I'll have to go retrieve that real quick. I think it was just the one. I hope it was just the one. This time I'll show you the musicians as their instruments come into view. Wow, this pamphlet is a big fold-out style. All right. So this musician is fairly simple. He's just a lead singer. He's got the classic Lego microphone piece. You can see he's got the bling going on. He might actually be a rapper, judging by his blingy outfit. You can see he's got the shiny printing on the hat, on his sunglasses, the metal on his shirt. So we'll put the lead singer here. Maybe they represent different genres, because he was more of a rap style, but the drummer has more of a punk thing going on, I would say, and the guitarist is kind of a glam metal thing going on, if I'm interpreting these outfits correctly. So we're looking at 3 distinct genres of loud noise music from the 80s and 90s. Here's our drummer. Nice little skull print on his torso. Got the whole mohawk thing going on. He'll have his drums in a bit. That's part of this build. But for now, he'll just get to hold his drumsticks. And the guitar is just a 4-piece affair. So let me go ahead and put that together real quick so that I can show you the guitarist. The guitar is also one of those awesome weird shapes they used to do in the 80s and 90s. It reminds me of one of the guitars used by Tommy Tallarico, the MC of the Video Games Live Concert Tour that I saw the debuts of at both Maryland concert halls where they went to. Video Games Live is a really nice show. I wish they were still doing it, but I think COVID shuttered that show. I haven't heard about any tours going on since then. Alright, let's get the guitarist. Let's get the guitarist going here. Give me a minute. Well, let me show you the guitarist first, because actually the guitarist is going to be a girl. She's got big 80s hair going on and a really nice outfit going on. And then I'll show you the guitar once I figure out how to get this attached onto her. So yeah, girl guitarist here. Alright. Okay, so that's cool. So there's our guitarist with her weapon. Okay, it's an instrument. It's not really a weapon, but... Alright, and now we're going to start to build the drum set, it looks like. Back in the collection I had after college, I actually did have these 3 blister sets back then. So this is bringing back some memories. That was the collection I had to sell when I got sick and needed emergency cash. There was lots of cool stuff in that collection. I had Benny's spaceship from the Lego movie, Lord of the Rings Helm's Deep, and City of Atlantis. But the only survivor of that collection in my current collection is a Black Pearl, because I couldn't figure out a good way to break it down for shipping. And in retrospect, I'm glad I kept it. Even though maintenance on the thing has been a bugger at times and it was difficult to move. But I'm glad I kept the Black Pearl, because it makes an awesome centerpiece to my overall Lego collection. let's get this other drum built. I know you can't really see what I'm doing with the instructions. I knew this was going to be a non-standard format tonight, so. Okay, and then there's a, so I'm guessing that's his little bench that he sits on to play the drums. And this set's using a lot of the shiny metallic plastic. There's a little bit of the normal grays, but several of the pieces are using the metallic bits where they would otherwise use the metal, the straight gray, so that's cool. Well, it makes sense for things like the cymbal top that I'm putting on right now. And then we get the big drum, it looks like. And this isn't the only drum set represented in our minifigure stream today. There's going to be one more smaller drum set that we're going to be doing in a bit. Okay, what's going on in this step? Okay, so, oh, the high top cymbal. Wait, am I missing something? Am I supposed to have 6 of those pieces? No, I'm only supposed to have 1 of the shiny. I'm only seeing 4 of those dish pieces that I need for the high top. Oh. Did I actually drop 2 pieces when the table yeeted? Give me a minute. Yes, I did. Okay, nothing actually went off the table that time. Let me grab this piece and we will reset and try again. You know what, that pamphlet was taking up too much space anyway. I'm just going to try side reading it like this for now. There's just a couple pieces left for the spread anyway, so we'll take the second part of the high top, push it on, and this will go onto the drum set like this, if I can get it to attach. And then, so we'll take the drummer, we'll set him behind the drum like this, and he's ready to go. We'll put him towards the middle here, and then we're also supposed to build 2 speakers, 2 stage lights, and a microphone stand for the guitarist. So, like this, I guess. So the guitarist will stand in front of the drummer like that, and she'll get a microphone stand like that, and then we put the lead singer off to the side. He doesn't get any specialized equipment, and then we just need to make the lights and speakers. So the This Rock Band build is simple but effective. Alright, we get a second speaker, and then we got to do the lights. And then we have a lighting platform to do. So because it's set up for so there's a little light block, and we got one on each side like this in front of the performers, and I just got to put the other one together real quick. And we just a little bit ago passed 2-hour mark of stream, and we're about to go into the CMF portion of tonight's stream. So let's put in the lights a little bit so that they're on the performers, and then boom and boom. Our little stage is set for the Rock Band performance. And we just went all nice and epic for this. So yeah, nice little Rock Band scene going on. Too bad we gotta clear it right away. When it comes time for the post-stream exit spread, I probably won't include the side builds. I'll probably just take out the figures. Or I may just pick and choose. We'll see how we feel like doing that. You're seeing how complicated this stream is getting. So I have 2 licensed CMF series to do. We've been doing a lot of heavy epic lately, so let's go cute, and then let's go epic. This box contains the Muppet CMF series, which contains 12 different Muppet characters. This is another CMF series from when they were still doing the bags, and everything was identified by feel. I did notice that all the bags were snipped open, so that the seller could check the contents and verify that all of them are what they felt. So it is in fact a complete set. But the trade-off is when I received the package, I found that a few pieces had fallen off in the bottom of the box. A few pieces had fallen out of their baggies, including a torso print and a leaf. So when we get to the character that's missing a torso, we'll know which one it goes to. Actually, let me go ahead and pull up this series right now on my browser so I can see which one is supposed to get the leaf. And the torso will be easy to identify because it'll be whoever's missing one. But I have no idea who the leaf piece in the bottom goes with. So the leaf piece in the bottom is supposed to go with Swedish Chef. Alright. And the torso print is whoever's missing a torso. So, I'm not particular on the order we build this, CMF. I'll just pull the figures out of the box, and we'll build them as we pull them. But what I will do is before I pull figures out of the box, I will check the bottom of the box and pull out the 2 loose pieces from the bottom. Oh, there's more loose pieces from the bottom as well that weren't there before, or I didn't notice them before. So we have we have whisks, so that might be Swedish Chef. Some more I'll have to check him again. The torso print is definitely not Swedish Chef though. I think that's all the pieces I feel on the bottom. So given that these bags are all open, I don't want to leave them exposed on the table right now. Gonzo's as good as any to start with. That's what this little sticky note says. So let me just go and check the chef again and make sure. Yeah, that's the little mixing bits. That's Swedish Chef again as well. So the first little packet here. Oh, and this is just what the packet looks like, the Muppets packet. Disney owns the Muppets, but sadly, the Muppet presence at Disney World is greatly diminished. They still have the show, and that's about it. The big Muppet themed store outside the show is closed indefinitely, or at least it was when I went a couple years ago, and I haven't heard anything about it reopening. Let me just... Yeah, alright, so yeah, let's... Alright, so here's our Gonzo. And of course, we're going to open the first pamphlet. Like with Wizard of Oz, we're only going to keep the first pamphlet. We don't need 12 copies of this, since they're all going to be printed the same. So yeah, I am planning to get more of the CMF figures. I'm not interested in all the different CMF lines, and for most of the numbered sets, which are where there's no defined theme and the figures are all over the place, I'm probably just going to get those piecemeal as I want them. But so here's the little checklist on the back. So here's the ones that show when somebody has assembly. And the only one we're really concerned with how to assemble is Animal when we get to them. And it looks like from this picture on the back that this is Animal's torso print. So the Muppet theme is cool because it has a lot of uniquely molded heads that were only seen for this one CMF and then never seen again. Alright, so Gonzo. So Gonzo is very basic. His accessory is Camille the chicken. And he's got his classic chili print shirt. So it was nice of them to include his chicken. Another animal for our little animal side collection tonight. So there's Gonzo. And of course he dropped the chicken. Give me a minute because this keeps happening. Alright, that's how that goes together. I will definitely need to refer to the instructions for those 3 characters, but let's save the chicken and then get back to it. We'll put him on his stand. I think that's a better way to do things. And in this CMF series, they just use the basic black stands like most CMFs. A lot of the licensed themes have special printing, but not this one. So Gonzo and Camille the chicken, and we can set them aside, and we are now This one says it's going to be Statler. Statler is one of the two old men. And they have a cool part in the Disney World show as well. And this is one of the ones that had instructions on the back. So, every one of these Muppet characters has a uniquely molded head that was never used for anything other than this series. So, Lego does show great attention to detail when they want to do so. Oh! And Statler's little laptop here, on the screen, it looks like he's having a video call with Scooter, one of the other classic Muppet characters who is not represented in this CMF series, other than this little video call on the laptop. That's pretty cool. So there's Scooter. And we will have him hold this laptop. But the instructions say for when he holds it to just make it like a book, because you can't really hold it. Well, you can. You can make him do it like that, which is not really great for display though. So we'll just put him like that. So there's Statler, and he's holding his closed-up laptop. And let's see who we're going to do next. So this one says Janice. Janice is one of the members of Dr. Teeth's band, along with Animal. Dr. Teeth himself is not in the set. Although he's got a really cool, distinctive look. No idea why they never did him. But I guess they could only put 12 characters in. So Janice, very simple design for her. She gets to hold her trademark guitar. That was not supposed to happen. If you see a guitar flying at you, run. Unless it's Lego size, in which case, cover your face. Alright, that should be okay. Oh, these guys are off camera. That's because I keep adjusting the table accidentally. Sorry about that. Okay. So here's Janice. Alright, let's see who's next. So this one says Swedish Chef. So this is the one who theoretically is missing some pieces. Every bag, even the small ones, wants to yeet a piece off the table. That's not good. Alright. Give me a minute to recover this one. At least we're in the CMFs, which means everyone has a display base that they're firmly attached to and no one is falling over. Okay. What are we doing with Swedish Chef? Alright. He gets his build. And he holds a talking tomato puppet in one hand, and that's where the leaf comes into play. And he holds his mixer in the other hand, which means the remaining mixer piece is I don't see it on any of these other pictures. No one else uses it, so this is actually going into the spare bits bowl. And we will set him on his base. And there's the Swedish chef. And actually, let's raise his tomato a little bit so you can see the face print on the tomato as well. Okay. This one says Rolf. He's the dog who likes classical music. Okay. How does he go together? Okay, so alright, so we get Rolf himself, and he just has a there is a little bit of a fur pattern printed on the torso, but in this light it just looks like a plain torso because it's like black on dark brown and you can't really see the fur print. And then he gets this sheet music for his piano. And he also, I'm going to put him on the stand a little to the side because he also gets this bust of one of the classical composers. Which one? No way to know. It's just a... It is printed though. I didn't realize it. So I can either give him a serious expression or the composer can have a sleepy expression. In the interest of cutesy, let's use the sleepy expression for the composer bust. And then he gets a white wig. I recognize that piece from some of Lego Star Wars Palpatine. And I'll put Rolf's arm back so as not to be in the way of the statue. Oh, he's got the fur print on the side of his legs as well. So here's Ralph the dog with his sheet music and classical composer statue friend. This is a cute series. Who do we have next? This one says scientist. So this would be either Bunsen or Beaker, who are the two scientist characters in the Muppets. This is yeah, that one. So let's get them put together real quick. Now the other scientist I know is labeled by name, so we'll know. So one of them is short and fat, the other one is tall and thin. So the other one is labeled by name, so we'll know which one is which once we assemble the other scientists. So I'll just set him aside because I don't remember which is which just looking at the picture. They're side characters. Alright, so I'll set him aside till we get the other scientist. But he does get a nice potion bottle. Next one says Beaker. So this would be the other scientist. So this one is Bunsen. And he gets a radio. So this is Beaker with his radio. And this one is Dr. Bunsen with some kind of chemical that he's working with. Alright, animal. And I can tell because this one's the thicker bag. He's got a little miniature drum set that he gets. And he actually gets a shiny gold symbol. That's a lot more pieces than anyone else gets. And of course he had to yeet a piece off the table. And he's the one who was missing the torso, so there it is. And what piece went off the table? I see it. Probably one of the more important pieces of the drum set build. Yeah, the printed tile. The Dr. Teeth logo for the front of the drum. So, in addition to Muppets, Lego also did Sesame Street, but not as a CMF. Sesame Street was one of the big $200 display sets. It would be cool to get that one and then display it together, because the Muppets and the Sesame Street characters are they're made by the same puppet company, so they're kind of cousins in terms of all these different characters. So this little drum set for Animal, not too complex, but it is the single largest, it is the single large, most substantial build in the Muppet CMF series. There's also one other character we have to do a small build for on the back of here, but nothing on the scale of Animal. So now we turn this over, we put that up, we put that up, and then we have the symbol going down on this side. So a very simple little drum set, but it gets the job done. And I'm actually going to do something a little bit different with Animal. I'm going to orient the stand this way. Oh, I still need to give him his drumsticks. And the drumsticks use a standard Harry Potter wand pieces. I recognize them because I've done a couple Harry Potter sets. So Animal got his drumsticks, and I'm actually doing his base sideways so I can put the drum set on front of him. So he'll be slightly off center against the drum set. Not a big deal, but it will allow him to stand at least, and the drum set to stand, since the drum set didn't come with something to stand against, and its build is a little unsteady otherwise. Why isn't it letting me put the stick in his hand? Hold on. stick this in here. And here's Animal real quick before I go and put his drum set in front of him, like this. So there's the Animal with drums build. Four more characters to go. We now have Kermit the Frog, who was Jim Henson's signature character. And definitely one of the more famous and popular Muppets. So he gets, alright, that's everything out of there. So Kermit is going to get his banjo. Well, that's a very nicely printed banjo, and I think it's unique to the set. This particular banjo, I think, is unique to the set. I think they have since released a city set where one of the characters has a banjo with a different print. And Kermit also gets his rainbow connection. So let's get him onto the base here. So here's Kermit the Frog. And you can see his rainbow connection and his banjo. Let's see, can I make that more pointing outward? No. So that's the best I can do. But yeah, that's a very nice rainbow printed tile, and I think that tile's got use, but I think it's exclusive to the set. I'll have to look that up. They may have reused it since then. So, who's next? Waldorf. So Statler's been waiting since the beginning for his best friend. Waldorf is the other one of the old men. Okay. And he is fairly standard build here. And he has his board card. It's a printed tile, and I will show you in a moment. It just says Z on it. Yeah, I don't think there's a way. Yeah, we can do it like that. Alright. He also has a cup of coffee. It's interesting the way he's holding the coffee because he's got a little saucer with it, so I guess the saucer is stuck to the coffee. I guess we'll never know. So let's fix that up real quick. And we'll put him on the base. And there's Waldorf. And he will join our friends here. And we will take these extra pieces aside. And we should have 2 more packets left for this series. Yeah, we have 2 left. This one is Fozzie. It says Fozzie on it. And he's the last one who has a build on the back of the pamphlet. So what we got going on here? He gets a microphone on a stand. And this stand has a nice wide base, so I don't actually have to put it on the base. So we'll go ahead and assemble him. And he gets to hold a banana as well. And we'll get the and he just gets a standard plain black microphone. So the Rock Band got a cooler microphone, but it's the same piece, just in different colorations. Alright, he needs to hold the banana. He's got a banana. Maybe he's ready to go join our beach friends. Maybe. Anyway, there's Fozzie. And we'll put the microphone in front of him like that. I'll swap these two. Kermit should be up front. And there's one position open in the middle for the star of the show, the final packet. And no, I didn't plan that order. She just happened to be the last one in the box. This is the packet that's labeled Miss Piggy. Quiet.
Are you staying or going? Right now, no.
Alright, that packet's emptied out.
I was just in my room for a while,
Stop talking, please.
and I didn't hear anything. But I'm still kind of scared to sleep on the floor.
Alright, so let's put Miss Piggy together. She's got one of her classic pink outfits. And let's make sure I put the torso on not backwards, because we don't want to be reenacting that one scene in Spaceballs. That would not be appropriate for a Muppet Lego, I don't think. And she gets this Miss Piggy poster to hold. So there's Miss Piggy in all her classic Muppets appearance. Of course, she gets to stand next to Kermit here in the front and center as I fold up the Muppets pamphlet, because we have built the Muppet CMF, my first full CMF series in my collection. Well, not really, because I have one more full CMF, but this is the one that we decided to stream first, so I guess this counts as my first full CMF series. Anyway, what to do? Let me pull up a reference for the next thing. We're going to stream the other CMF series. Okay. Enjoy them for a minute while I get ready for this one. So, from cute to cool. Where am I going to take the Muppets off to? I'm running out of room around my space. Okay, we'll move these here so I have room off here for the Muppets. Alright. I'm going to bear with me a moment while I take the Muppets off, so we can make room for the next thing. In addition to the Muppets, I have one more full CMF series here. And then we have a special, couple of special figures that I saved for the end of the video. But the other CMF I have here is the new Dungeons and Dragons set. This is the most recent CMF series. And I think I have a complete set here because this is the fourth set since they switched to the boxes. And when the first set, when they switched from the bags to the boxes, it was controversial because you couldn't do the field test anymore. And there was no code on the bottom of the boxes, which means the very first blind box set, there was no way to guess who was inside. And this pissed off the collectors because Lego's already expensive. Why do you want to pay $5 for 50 figures and still not have a complete set? So starting with the second CMF set to do the boxes, they put codes on the bottom that you could scan and it would tell you which one was inside. And this is the fourth set since they switched to the boxes. So yeah, I was able to scan out a complete set in the store, and I'm hoping the codes are correct. I'm counting on the codes being correct. If they're not, obviously I will give any duplicates to my brother and immediately buy any missing ones off of Bricklink. But I think it's a complete set. And I'm not going to do the scan tests now. I can't get to my phone. So I'm just going to open it, and I've pulled up a list because I haven't memorized everybody's name. So, Dungeons and Dragons. And this was the cheap option for getting Dungeons and Dragons. They also did one expensive set with like a castle and a tavern and a big, huge red dragon. And it also came with some other iconic D&D monsters, including an owlbear, beholder, displacer beast, gelatinous cube, and a mimic, I think. But this is the CMF set. So it's basically human-sized and humanoid characters. So let's go ahead and... what I'm going to do with these actually is I'm going to put these next to me over here on this side. And I'm going to just take them off a stack here. And we're just going to take them down one at a time and tear into them. And if I need to check the names against my list, I will. Alright. And at least a few of these guys come with animal companions, as you will see. But we still haven't gotten to the big animals of the night yet. We've seen snakes, we've seen spiders, bats, scorpions, and a chicken, and a parrot. And we'll see some more little animals. But we still have a couple big animals at the end of the stream. I don't want to spoil too much. So we're going to crack into this first D&D box. In this first box, of course, we keep the first... Okay, so it's got the little cardboard holder that indicates we're going to get a cake piece. So, or some other fabric piece. Oh yes, I know this one. We're starting with one of the villains in the CMF series. This is the skeleton lich sorcerer character, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. His name is Sass Tam. And we'll go ahead and... Anyone have special instructions on the back? Oh, he has one of those energy blasts that he holds. We'll have to be careful with that so we don't trigger it accidentally. And then there's some characters with staffs on the back with builds. Excuse me 1 minute. Sorry about that. So we're going to start with the villain. There's a couple villains on here actually, but this one's got a cool design. Let's go, so that we can build him up efficiently, let's go ahead and take the cape out as well. Oh, he's got a little shoulder section to his cape as well. Okay, he's going to take a little bit of time to put together. He's got some extra pieces. But I want to show you the tile first, because this is one that does have a printed tile. This CMF has like this stone dungeon floor print on its tiles. So now that I've shown you that, we can go ahead and put them together. And he has some metallic gold printing on his torso design here. Let me go ahead and get his cape on. And I've seen these projectile energy blast effects before. I did a set off stream a couple weeks ago from Harry Potter that had the blast effects. Not Harry Potter, the spin-off Fantastic Beasts. It came with 2 wizard characters who had the blast effects. Okay, let's make sure I'm folding this cape correctly. Oh, at least we got the hard one first, right? Right? Will take as long as we need to get the cape to work properly. And then it's all easy from there, right? Is that how this works? I hope that's how this works. And this one actually has 2 minifigure head pieces because he holds an exclusive transparent red skull. Okay. I've almost got him assembled. Okay. The head is on, so the cape's not going anywhere. I just need to adjust the 2 cape pieces to make sure. Oh, and I have the back of his face showing forward. Give me a minute to line everything up, and then I'll give him his accessories. And yeah. Okay. So there's like 7 characters I would consider heroes in the slot, and then 5 characters I would consider to be villain types in the slot. So that goes there. And I'll have him hold it from, the picture shows him holding it from this end, which is not the effects end. But if it's possible to do so, then he's effectively disarmed. I can't get him to do it. So I'm just gonna have to set it up the normal way and pray I don't hold it incorrectly. So yeah, let's try and line up this cape a little bit better. So here's Sastam, the undead lich necromancer. And it's not really coming out on camera because of my poor lighting, but that trans red skull exclusive to this set. It is the classic skull print, but the trans red molding for the skull is exclusive. Okay, so we gotta keep them on screen. We're still doing D&D. So now we'll break into our second box. Let's see which characters. The Gith, the Halfling Witch. here we go. Here's our second villain. This is our third and final witch of the night. This is Tasha the Witch Queen. Let's get her put together. She's got a beautiful hat hair combo that I think was first used in the Hocus Pocus set. And she has two face choices. We can go with confident face, or we can give her unhinged laughy face. We'll give her the laughing face. We've got most of my characters I put on the default serious face, so yeah, and that just, oh, and look at that. That hair combo is just, that hat hair combo is just brilliant. This is a beautiful minifigure. Alright, let's get the rest of her put together. She gets a cauldron with a purple flame. So we'll put her to the side on the base once we're actually doing that. And then we will, we also need to put together her little book, and her book, is that a monster book? I can't, the print is a tiny detail, but it looks like a evil looking creature mouth and an incantation inside the book. And then the cover of the book, so yeah. She has this magic spell book, and inside there's a printed spell on one of the pages. And now we will give her the accessories and put her on the base. And she came with a cauldron, so we will offset her by 1 so that the cauldron can go next to her. And I'll put the extra flame bit aside. And here's Tasha the Witch Queen. Alright. We're next going to do, we're just going to keep going. Okay, this is someone else entirely. This one came with 2 heads. Oh, you know what's going on here? With the 2 heads? The player characters, the heroes, they came with 2 heads. So you have an option for male or female. That's what's going on here. But the named characters, which are villains, did not do that. Okay, so let's build up the body first. Alright, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a little baggie here, one of the ones I set aside from earlier, to hold on to the spare heads, because I can only pick 1 head per figure. So the dwarf, this is the dwarf barbarian to be exact, and this character gets a nice big fur coat. The question is, which head? So the male head, and this is a dark-skinned one, so I'm not going to show because it's going to be hard to get it to show up in the light. The male head has a brown beard on a brown skin. You can't really see the beard that well, but beard screams quintessential dwarf. I'm gonna go male for the dwarf head. So I'll put the female dwarf head into the baggie for use with something else later. Maybe I'll get another run of the CMF parts and make their male-female counterparts. Now, as for the male head, he has a smiley face and a more serious face. He's a barbarian, so he shouldn't be fully all happy and stuff. We'll go that way. And then we'll give him, he's got a very nice hairpiece. And then we just got to put together his torch, and he has an axe. A lot of dwarves tend to use axes, and a lot of barbarian types tend to use axes. So the head bag doesn't really need to be on the screen, but ultimately it looks like, based on my analysis of this pamphlet, we're going to have 5 characters that are going to use the head bag, which also be good for holding the pamphlet. Anyway, we need to make his axe still, and the extra flame we can set aside in the spare parts. I think this axe head is new to the set. Lego's done several axe molds before, but I've not seen... This one's not looking familiar to me. So there's our dwarf barbarian. One of the classic, well, dwarves are one of the classic fantasy races, and barbarians are one of the classic fantasy classes. So he'll fit right in a Dungeons and Dragons adventure. Let's move right on to the next box. Okay. Oh, I've been looking forward to opening this one. This is the this is the Tiefling Sorcerer, and it comes with my favorite piece in the set. But first, we have to put it together. So it comes with this tail piece, which I think is a recolor of the Avatar tail piece. It looks familiar, but I'm not sure if it's exactly the same shape or not. I'll have to look into that. Nice purple robe for our sorcerer friend here, and there's a nice hair piece with horns here, and I have to choose a face. So the female options are confident smile and angry action face, which kind of makes sense given this character's getup and the fact that there's a accessory representing a spell actively being shot. So we have the male has the confident frown and the confident smile. The female faces on the Tiefling Sorcerer are definitely more dynamic here, I think. We'll go female for the Tiefling. But do I want to show... well, she's casting a spell, so definitely we want to go with her action face. And then she has this beautiful hairpiece with horns. The Tiefling is kind of like a half-demon, half-human race, if I remember correctly. So, Then she gets her accessories, which is this this big spell blast coming out of her hand, and my favorite animal piece in this CMF, and probably one of my favorite little animal pieces I have so far, this baby red dragon. Let's get her onto the base and I will show you. This figure is amazing. I don't know whether she's a good guy or a bad guy, but we'll make her one of the anti-heroes, an edgy, goodish guy, I guess. But yeah, that figure's got a lot going on. The demon tail, the spell blast, cute baby red dragon there. That may be one of my favorite pieces overall tonight, is this baby red dragon right here. I'm really liking this D&D set so far. Oh, and we don't need the extra pamphlet. Let's bring on the next character. This one started to come open in the pack. This one has another cape piece, as evidenced by the little cardboard cape holder. Okay, so this is another villain character. This one, according to my cheat list, this one is called Lady of Pain. So that's a villain name if I've ever heard one. So, and she has this really cool cape design, where it's not like one solid cape, but it's like different strips coming down. Okay, and the torso printing. Oh, this is going to be an epic one. Alright, let's get her put together. And she has this clear brick that she stands on to give the effect of levitation. Let's get the cape onto it. And then she has one of those plain black heads that this sculpted mask goes over. And given how spiky and pointy the mask is, it's molded in rubber so that kids don't poke themselves on it. Good call by Lego using rubber for this one. And then what's going on here? She has a printed tile going on. And I think I'm only supposed to have like one copy of this. The instructions don't really say what to do with the tile, but it says here so it looks like this is going to be some kind of magical artifact that she's holding. So yeah, and I'll take these two bits over to the spare bits bowl. So you can see she's holding this magic cube with a mountain print on it. And then this is the Lady of Pain in her full look with her cape, the levitation, and her big scary green mask. And we will put her down, and we will bring on the next character here. Let's see what we've got going here. Come on out. Oh yeah, this is another one of my favorites in the series. Can't I just say that about all of them? No, but this really is one of the standouts for me. He's got a beautiful torso print, but it's got to be covered by his armor. So well, we're going to build him in stages so I can show you the torso before I cover it. This is going to be the Dragonborn Paladin character. The Dragonborns are like half human, half dragon. So that's his tunic printing, which is going to be covered by his armor in a moment, which is why I'm showing it to you incomplete first. It's a beautiful print that'll have multiple uses beyond just this character. In fact, this character doesn't even do it justice because that's a beautiful print and it's getting covered by the armor. So, okay, so he's also got a beautiful headpiece going on here. This is not the first time we saw the molded minifigure dragon head. There were a couple dragon costume guys in earlier CMFs, and I think the old video line, that wasn't popular. I think that one had a dragon head character as well. So it says I'm supposed to put a little staff together. And he's got this crystal on the top of his staff. And then he's got this. Oh, and he uses the little blue, he uses the little gold tassel piece that I've only ever seen before in the Chinese New Year sets. Okay, so that's cool. And he'll get that on. Oh, and I'm supposed to attach some horns to his head. So Dragonborn Paladin has... Oh, that's not a staff. That's actually a mace. I can tell by the shape. And it's got this crystal finish. I'll show you in a minute. But let me go ahead and put his horns on. And he also has a beautifully printed shield. This is my first really medieval looking piece in my collection. And let's give him his shield. And let's rotate the shield. And you'll get the full effect of this Dragonborn Paladin warrior. And we'll put him on the space. And we will set aside the spare bits. And once I show them to you, we're halfway done with the D&D set. Oh, another bot spammer. That's alright. They got auto-modded. So this is our Dragonborn Paladin. One of the standouts in the series. And the second representation of dragonkind, if you count the baby dragon on the tiefling. So yeah, that guy's cool. Let's set him here towards the front to lead the charge. Okay. We've got half of the minifigures in the series down, half to go, and then we still have one more little surprise for you after the D&D. But we are definitely winding down soon. We got 6 more D&Ds first, though, and then one final bit. So we have another fabric piece here. And let's see what glue's going to come out now. Okay, so now we are looking at... Oh, the Vampire Lord. Our fourth villain character for the D&D set. This is going to be... what's his name? Strad von Zarovich. And I probably butchered that pronunciation. But let's go ahead and put him together. And let's open him up and get out his cape. As epic and awesome as the capes are coming out of this series, I've got my final character of the night has a really cool cape. I can't wait to show him to you. But first, D&D. So, let's go ahead and, how does he assemble? Okay, he's got a very nice outfit. Elegant, like vampires tend to be. Obviously, being a named character, he only has the one head. Okay, so we're going to have a choice between confident smile or angry attack mode vampire. There's only one correct choice for a villain, don't you think? We're going to put him in angry mode because he is hungry for blood, because that's what vampires do. And he has a very nice hairpiece. Usually seen with female characters, but it works for him. You know the old medieval and fantasy stereotype about some noble men having long girlish hair. So, and he gets a goblet. I keep dropping him. So he gets a goblet and this big, huge sword with kind of a shiny finish to it. That might be a straight gray, actually. It's not shining like some of the other pieces we've seen tonight. Okay. So we'll put him on the base, but he actually has to go a little bit to the side because he too has a pet. And since he has an accessory in both hands, he can't hold his pet, so he comes with this little black rat. I can't really get that on camera, so let's just get him on the base and I'll show you that way. So here's our vampire lord, and you can see the black rat sitting next to him. Strad von Zarevich. I might have use for him in my displays, actually. He's one of my more villainous looking villains. Alright. We only have 3 of the heroes out, so out of the 5 boxes left, we should be hitting 1 more villain and 4 more heroes, because according to this pamphlet I see 7 heroes here, and we've only taken out 3 of them so far. So there's only 1 more villain hiding now. But it's not this guy, this is one of our heroes. This is the bird person. I need to look up what they're called because they've been introduced since my college D&D days. It's called the Aarakocra Ranger. No special instructions, so let's proceed. And it uses the modified animal humanoid legs. So it uses the beast legs, which makes it look more like bird legs, which is really cool. And then it has this nice wing piece. And this version of wings, Lego's done winged minifigures before, but this version of minifigure wings is introduced for this set. I'm sure they're going to use it again. It's one of their better looking wing arrangements. So he's holding a bow. What's he called? The Ranger. So this is our Ranger character. So we have our Sorcerer, our Paladin, and our Barbarian. This will be our Ranger. And he also has to be slightly offset because he too comes with a pet. He comes with this little gray puppy. I think it's supposed to be a wolf puppy, based on the shaping of the head and the coloration. So we have 1, 2, 3 of the ones out now that have pets. So we should be seeing one more animal, I think. I think it's one more animal. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it's one more. So here's our Aarakocra Ranger and his little wolf pup. Very cool minifigure. One of the more unique ones in this collection, along with the Dragonborn. Okay. We're 2/3 of the way through the set. We have 4 more figures to reveal. 1 villain and 3 more heroes have not made their introduction yet. So what have we got going on here? This is one of the 2-head situations. Okay, so here we get into some interesting Lego nitpicking. Yellow heads. Now, Lego minifigure heads have traditionally been yellow, but in 2004 they made the decision that licensed themes, the heads were going to be flesh colored to better reflect the actors and characters whose likenesses they were trying to portray. So since 2004, all licensed minifigure heads have been flesh colored, and all heads for characters from in-house Lego themes have been yellow heads. Here we have a licensed theme, and these heads are yellow, but there's a very good reason why the distinction was broken for this character and this character alone in the series, and that's because in D&D, the Gith race are yellow-skinned. So having the traditional yellow minifigure Lego heads is actually accurate to the character within the source material. So this is going to be the Gith Warlock, and he also is going to get a staff. I say he, I need to look at the 2 faces. Oh, he's got a nice little goatee if we go the he route. The confident smile face is kind of aggressive but cute at the same time. I like the confident smile face on the male head for this one. So what about this one? The female head, confident frown, an overexcited smile. Given the nature of nature of what he represents, and we already have a female sorcerer, and this is a warlock. So I think given that this is the other spellcaster for the good side, I think we're going to go male since we already have a female spellcaster on the good side. Plus, that's a goatee and a really cool, confident smile he's got, so... Okay. And he's got a pauldron piece, kind of a spiked pauldron. And then we put him on. And we have enough people with their action faces up. He can have his confident smile. We'll make him the thinker of the group, I guess. And he's got this really cool hairpiece with yellow ears. So you can really only ever use this hairpiece with other yellow-skinned characters. But yeah, you can make yellow goblins or yellow people out of regular minifigure heads if you want to change up the faces. It looks really cool for him. Anyway, he also gets a dagger. And we have to make his eyeball staff. So we get a bar, and then it uses this piece, but which way? He's got a whole bunch of pieces going into this spare bits bag. The dagger, the pauldron, and another one of these lightsaber handles that's used on the staff. And the staff has a purple eyeball on it. This is an interesting character, that's for sure. This look at how I'm facing. So we'll take these off. So this is our Gith Warlock. I'm not sure what Gith is short for, because back when I was doing D&D in college, there were two separate races that started with that. There was something called the Githzerai and something called the Githyanki, and they both had yellow skin, and I don't remember what the distinction was. And maybe now they just rolled them all up into one Gith race with two sub-races, I guess. But you can see he's got a very distinctive eyeball staff. And there's his dagger and the staff and his confident smile. You can see there. Very nice design for a action hero minifigure. He could also kind of play a villain. He's got that look where he really could go either way. Like, he's the rogue of the group, something like that. But rogue's another separate class that's not represented in this series. The basic classes: fighter, wizard, rogue. I think those are them. Are actually in the big set. And so these are all like the specialty advanced classes. As far as I know, like, I don't know how Dungeons & Dragons has changed over the years. It's been years since I was really into it. So now we're going to go into another two-head situation. And this one... Okay, I see what's going on here. We're now going to get our elf bard. We're going to get a classic D&D elf now. And he gets a nice little golden dueling sword and a lute. I say he, but like I said, we have to look at the two heads. So the male head, over the top confident smile and sleepy face. The female head is, well, that could be a sleepy face or a singing face, or another variant on the confident smile. Basically, it's the male head with lipstick for this one. So, let's see. Overall, we have 3 characters of indeterminate gender. I think we're going to go with the female face for this one. And we're going to do the singing face for her. Oh, we have to put her little bandana on first. I'm not sure if it's a bandana or a scarf or a hood. One of those neck wrappings, anyway. And then she gets the hair with molded elf ears in it. And actually, with the singing face, you can't even tell if it's a girl or a guy. If I switch her back to confident smile, you can kind of see the lipstick on her mouth. It's kind of faint. It's one of those where I don't think it really matters. Let's go back to the singing face. And you be the judge when you see it. Okay. We'll give her the sword. The player characters in the big set do that too with the interchangeable heads. There's one more character with an interchangeable head, but they have a hood rather than hair, so it matters even less for that character, I think. You'll see them shortly. Let's get the accessories out. Okay, the reason the sword's not going on is because, according to this picture, I'm putting it on incorrectly. That's one good reason for the sword not to go in, I guess. We've got 2 more left on the series after this. So, the Elf Bard. I do like the loot piece. And I can see people going on Bricklink and buying the loot piece for other medieval themed projects. Anyway, let's put the head into the heads bag. And we will put the sword into the spare parts. And here is our Elf Bard. Actually, let's do a thing here. Let's separate the good guys from the bad guys. We definitely want to have the paladin up front leading the charge. We'll make 3 groups. The good guys, the bad guys, and the
decent guys.
The mercenaries, we'll call them. We'll make the Gith and the Tiefling the mercenaries. The Bard's definitely a good guy.
Bye, I'm leaving.
We said the Witch was a villain. We've got a nice who's who of villains going on here. We've got a nice villain lineup here. She's taller. She should go in the back here. And then we have a kind of our little mercenary group. And the dwarf, of course, will go with the heroes. We do have 1 more hero and 1 more villain. The last villain isn't so much a named character as actually one of the monster types. One of the iconic monster types at that. Does this box contain our last player character or our last enemy? Well, we're gonna open 2 more boxes anyway, so let's just see. This box contains our halfling druid, which is the last of the player characters. And he's the only one of the player characters to have one of these capes after 3 of the 4 villain characters got them, so that's interesting. So first, I'll go ahead and put this fresh packet into the heads baggie. And then we got to get the cape out of here, and then we got to put the druid together. And the druid has a nature staff. Oh, the druid's got a dual colored cape. The villains might have more capes, but the druid's got the best cape. Now let's look at these 2 heads real quick. So the female head is a winky face and a confident face, confident frown. The male face has sideburns. that I think detract from this particular character's look. I think we're going to go with a female face. It just looks cleaner. Yeah, I don't think I like the sideburns on this one. They're very distracting. But yeah, he has a confident smile and then an over-the-top cheesy confident smile. So yeah, we'll stick with the female face on this one. Well, we're 3.5 hours in, and we still have, depending on how you interpret things, 7 or 8 more minifigures after this one. So, yeah. Oh, why am I closing? We're closing this because I already put a pamphlet in, and all 5 of the heads are in, which means that the last character won't have an alternate head. So let's go ahead and put our druid together. This is a halfling, so it's got the short kitty legs. And according to this picture, it has the... So this is a dual side cape. Brown for the inside and green for the outside. Lego doesn't do dual printed capes often, so I'm really enjoying this one. Okay, let's get the cape on, and then we will put the head on, and then we gotta prepare the accessories. The hood has horns on it that need to be prepped, and then there's a whole staff going on as well. Confident. It's a halfling, so we're gonna go with the. Let's see. We have the. How do we have the different faces going? We have different expressions on everyone, I think. So I think for halflings, you kind of want to go for the cutesy face, I think. And I also like how this isn't a straight cape, but it's got a pattern to the edge. Like that, see? It's got that... It evokes the shape of leaves a little bit. Okay, so we don't actually have to prep the horns. They're molded onto the hood. So that's good. I wasn't sure looking at the pictures. So we'll stick the hood on. And she gets her nature staff in one hand. But she also gets a cute little pet bird in the offhand. So this is our 4th character with a pet in the series. We've seen the vampire has a black rat. The tiefling has a red dragon. The ranger has, the birdman has a puppy. And now we see a little tan birdie for the halfling. Let's see what's going on with the staff. So the staff starts with this brown, and then the darker green leaf piece. And then the lighter green leaf piece. And then a red flower on top. And then all this goes onto the staff. The top of the staff like that. And into the druid's hand. That's a nice staff. And it's longer than she is tall. Because halflings are basically the D&D version of a hobbit. So they're short people. So So we've got 5 characters that I would consider heroes. She's short. She should go in the front next to the paladin, I think. So we've got here... Wow. She's so short that the staff is making it so you can't even see her. Interesting. She's overshadowed by her weapon. Let's push it that way a little bit. She's on a base, so we're not offsetting any. balance or anything by doing that. So we have 5 characters who are clearly heroes, 2 characters who are mercenaries, and then 5 characters who are clearly villains. And since I put a fresh pamphlet in the spare heads baggie, I can go ahead and throw out this pamphlet once we finish the last character, who will be one of the iconic monsters here, unless the codes screwed me up. And they didn't. The codes were accurate this time through, so that's good. We got the full set. And I think in the future, if I want a full CMF set, I will use the scan technique again, because it worked 100%. So here's a monster with a little pet. So we build it. It's got some nice black robes. And then this... I gotta show you the torso, because once I put the headpiece on, it's going to obscure it. So there's the torso print with shiny silver printing. But that whole skeletal armor is going to be covered over because he's got a squid face. This is my second squid-faced character. You know, I have Davy Jones in the Black Pearl, but this is not Davy Jones. This is a, let's get him on his base, and we will talk about him a little bit. And he will go off to the side so he can get a pet on. So he'll be offset because he has a pet. Which way is forward? So this is a mind flayer. They're monsters known for psionic attacks. Basically, they give you really bad headaches and erase your memories and can mind control you and possess you and do really weird psychic stuff and read your innermost secrets. These guys are scary and iconic. And the creature next to him is what's called an intellect devourer. And I didn't do too much with them back in my college D&D days. I barely encountered them, so I don't remember them too much. But I think it feeds on thoughts. And that's why it's called the Intellect Devourer. So yeah, the Mind Flayer definitely solidly within the villain group there. So that does it for the D&D set. But we still have one more surprise left. We're going into the retro portion of the stream now. So, we gotta clear everyone off. We'll take the D&D characters aside this way, I think. Yeah, we're definitely gonna hit the 4-hour mark. I didn't anticipate stream would go this long. We were slowed down by the speeder a little bit, but I didn't realize I had this much stuff to do. Cleanup's going to be an absolute bugger later. I'll probably save it for tomorrow, as long as I have everything out of the way on my little side tables here. So now we're going into the retro portion of the stream. We've done our promo blisters, battle packs, a couple special things. We've done our CMFs, but now we're going to take a look at Lego history. I have this little tiny set from Lego Movie 2, which isn't that old, or retro, or vintage. But in the Lego Movie series, there's a character named Benny. And Benny is one of the classic Lego vintage spacemen from the 80s. And in the movie, he's got like a cracked helmet piece, but he has a faded torso. But he's a classic 80s spaceman. And this is a little, I'm going to call it a battle pack because there's 4 of them. He's got a couple friends in here. Also sporting classic space outfits. I'm put even though this Lego movie is newer, I'm considering this a good introduction to our retro section of our stream, because the Benny squad does represent old 80s vintage classic space people. And it looks like he's got two small side builds, a little moon car, and a glider thingy. So let's go ahead and get this put together. I don't anticipate the builds being long for this one. Given that half of the pieces are going to be in the minifigures. So yeah, these are some of those classic old 80s and 90s style tiny builds, I think. The ones that only had a handful of pieces. So let's go ahead and open these up and get these spacemen built. And the reason I say this is a good introduction to our retro section is because I have one more, even more special, well, three more technically. There's still going to be three more really special minifigures after this one. No packaging or anything for those. I had to get them secondhand. But they're really special to me. And they've been on my wish list forever. And I'm glad to finally have them in hand. So we'll be showing off three very special minifigures after we build these classic spacemen. So we're going to start by building Benny. He's the blue one. He's the only one of these classic spacemen to appear in the first movie. I saw the first Lego movie many years ago. I never actually saw Lego Movie 2, so I was never introduced to Benny's space friends. But in the first movie, there is this really cool spaceship Benny builds called Benny's Spaceship, and that's a really cool Lego set, and it was in my after college collection. But I have built that one on stream in computer Lego. I think it was like a 4.5, 5 hour build. It was kind of a big deal. And of course, Benny has this over-the-top cutesy smile, and all the rest of the spacemen just have the generic old 80s smileys. But Benny, it's a point for the character. It's a plot point that his helmet is cracked, so you can see. You won't be able to see it on camera because of the lighting. But Benny, you can see he's got that over-the-top excited smile. And you can kind of see the little crack in the bottom of his helmet. That's actually molded. That's not damage to the piece. It's supposed to be like that. That's how he is in the movie. It's a plot point, actually. It's more than... and he gets this little old-style radio, according to the pictures here. And we'll set him down. I think when we do the spread at the end, we're not going to do the builds. We're just going to bring the people back. I'm going to type the raid first, then put up the people, say my exit comments, and then we will actually initiate the raid. I'll hit enter then. So now we're building the pink one, which is, according to my list of characters, named Lenny. And there is one girl in the bunch, but she's not the pink one. The pink one is called Lenny. It looks like the rest of them just have the classic 70s original Lego smile. And Lenny here gets a wrench, because apparently he's a Speed Champions wannabe. I will make that joke as long as I see minifigure characters holding wrenches. Maybe we'll make him be the one to drive the moon car. We'll see. So, Benny, Lenny, now we're doing the white one. You can see they all have the classic space logo on their torso. Oh, I didn't give you close-ups. That's alright. We'll do that a bit later on as we get more of the set built. The white one is Jenny, the one girl of the group. You'll notice Kenny, Lenny, and Jenny, their torso prints are all pristine, and they have the classic original smile, whereas Benny has the overtop excited smile like you see in the movie, and the faded torso print. So we're putting Jenny together now. Minifigures were a lot simpler in design back then, but even then, a lot of them got accessories. Like the oxygen tanks you can see on the classic Spaceman, because otherwise they can't breathe in space. So we need to get the... she gets what looks to be some kind of scanning device. I'd say it looks like a gun, but classic space didn't do gun, at least not with the original astronauts. There were some more space combat-oriented fantasy factions introduced later in space, but classic space, the original astronauts, didn't do guns. It was a Lego policy at the time, so that's not a gun, that's some kind of scanning tool. And then we're going to do Kenny, the yellow one, and it looks like Kenny is going to get a metal detector for his tool. And since his suit is yellow, his head blends in, his face blends in. And he almost looks like a robot because his skin color is the same as his spacesuit. But he's not the robot, because there's another robot character who's actually in... There's an actual robot character in the set as well, which I'm counting as a minifigure, not a side build. And on the list on Bricklink of minifigures in the set, the little robot character is just called Space Droid. So we'll put him together. And I think that's my only robot for tonight. We've done animals, we've done humans, we've done half-human animals, humanoids, fantasy creatures, Halloween creatures, all sorts of people and characters. But this will be our one and only robot tonight. Yeah, inventorying all the pieces post-stream is going to be a bugger. But I'm here for it. I do recognize a few pieces that actually weren't around back in the 80s which this set is supposedly inspired by. But that's cool. Not all old Lego references in the movie franchise are historically 100% accurate. So here's our little robot. What's the best way to hold him? He's a little fragile. Pieces keep popping off of him. But there's the little robot. And there were two more little robots in Benny's spaceship as well. And a lot of these back in classic era. So now we're going to build a little moon car. And given that Kenny is the Speed Champions wannabe... No, Lenny. Kenny's the yellow one. Lenny's the pink one. Jenny's the white one. Benny's the blue one. Okay. Lenny is the Speed Champions wannabe since he's the one holding the wrench. So if I decide that this is going to be one of the sets going on display, he'll probably be the one to drive the little moon car. Okay, yeah, the build for this isn't going to be that big a deal. We're already halfway through the instruction book. So this is one of those simple vehicle builds that they used to do in polybags in the 80s and 90s. That's made up of like a couple dozen pieces. No real skill, no real technique, not much to look at, but cute enough for play. And now, like I said, we're going to leave these guys up as I bring out the last 3 minifigures, because these came out for Lego Movie 2. So these, even though these represent retro vintage characters, they aren't truly retro vintage figures. But like I said, I was able to secure 3 very special and interesting retro vintage figures to finish up the stream and be my grand finale. So we will be looking at those when I finish our little moon car. Cute little wheels, classic style, tiny little wheels. So this is basically like a 2 stud wide car. This is the smallest Lego car I have in my collection. I don't think it even counts as a car. Speed champions this ain't, that's for sure. Lego's come a long way in car design since the 80s. Even my police car is much more substantial than this tiny little thing. So I can guarantee there's going to be at least 2 more Lego streams this year, but probably not much more than that. Unless I start doing some computer Lego. Once I figure out what's going on with my eBay for that final Mario set I ordered, eventually we'll be doing the Mario and Luigi stream. Special guest Donkey Kong. And then also, there's one more vehicle that I'll be securing for my Lego City. It's not a city set, it's more fantasy oriented, but it'll fit right in with my city. Well, my city displays at least, because I'm going for weird and colorful and a variety. So here's the little moon car. Really not much to it. Basically an old 90s style poly build. And we will go ahead and build the little flyer now, which also is one of these tiny little almost nothing builds. I'm not going to worry about putting pilots on these because we're actually not going to put the builds in the final display. They're going to take up too much space. We're going to take the figures out if we can. The CMF characters can stay on their stands, but maybe we'll do the builds, but like in the back. I have to figure out how we're going to coordinate the exit display, because it's going to be a mess any way we do it. And there you go, right on the front of the flyer, classic space logo in a bold print. And some of the more modern space sets, you can see iterations and modified versions of the classic space logo, which suggests that the classic space sets from the 80s, the ones that take place actually in space, are like future results of the explorations begun by like the city space sub-themes. Because several times over the years, City has done a space sub-theme, this year included. And it was And some of those sets have the classic space logo. So the City Space program, in many people's headcanon, evolved to become the interplanetary exploration for the old retro space. Spare parts jar. Here's our little nothing flyer. According to the picture, oh, I called it. According to the picture on the front of this instruction book, the pink one, Lenny, the one holding the wrench, is the one right here, is the one driving the little moon car. And Kenny, the yellow one, is the one flying the jet. But in the picture on the manual, he's the one holding the scanner, and nobody's holding the metal detector. Interesting. But it's Lego. You can make any character hold whichever accessory you want. Heck, we could even make the Muppets. We can even make Kermit the Frog hold the Gift Sorcerer's staff if we really wanted to get crazy. And it doesn't end there. We could put Dorothy's hair on the dwarf. There's a lot of mix and match potential with minifigures. You can even do custom minifigures. By buying your own little pieces, you can choose your own assortment of torsos and heads and make your own custom minifigures. So anyways, never showed you the flyer in full, so here that is. It's got the classic wedge shape that a lot of the classic flyers had. But enough about tributes to vintage. Let's look at real vintage with the final 3 little baggies on this stream. These I all had to get secondhand because they're so valuable and historic. These Legos all date from the 90s. Let's see, do I have years? Alright, so one came out in 97, so 27 years ago. And then one came out in 98, so 26 years ago. And then the third one, another 97. So, almost 3 decades these Lego pieces are. And I'm just going to consolidate them into the big baggie if I'm not going to display them. No instructions, no boxes. These things are too old for that. I had to get them secondhand or not get them at all because prices and stuff. So I'm just referring to the pictures for these. I can't use this baggie because there's a label on it. So we're gonna start with my the Samurai Swordsman or Shogun. He's definitely got a leader's attire, and then the Tribal Chief, and then we'll finish with the most special one. So this is Samurai Swordsman. He is representing Castle Ninja. Castle was one of the last 90s Castle sub-themes. Ninja was one of the last 90s Castle sub-themes before they started rebranding Castle into other things like Knight's Kingdom, and then Fantasy Kingdom, and then Kingdoms, and then back to Castle. And there was a lot of renaming and rebranding going on in Castle after the 90s. But this was the last, I think, of the original, what's called Castle era. And this was a departure from the other castles, because this was Castle Ninja, which was set in feudal Japan in the days of ninja and samurai. So I'm looking at a picture for reference for reconstruction here. Our Samurai Shogun, he rides this beautiful black horse, a classic 90s horse here. And it's showing its age a little bit in that, unlike the modern horses, they were, the classic horses did not have movable legs, posable legs. They did, however, have posable heads. But you can hear that little squeaking. This horse is definitely showing its age. And I checked the tribal chief's horse. It's also doing the same thing, so it's normal for the era. So we'll go ahead and start. And horses, and they still do this, they have this brick and plate combo that you can do. And then you can stick it in the back of the horse and fill in the gap and make a whole-bodied horse if you're not going to use a rider with it. But we're actually going to set that piece aside because we are going to use a rider. So then we get a saddle, and the saddle piece goes over the slot in the back, and that's where we're going to put our rider. So this is what you're seeing out here is going to be my second and third Lego horses in my collection. These three characters collectively are what I call the vintage lords, is how I was planning this segment. So this is Castle Ninja with our little samurai shogun. And I'm going to show you the torso print before I finish assembling him, because he's got a beautiful torso print. And he even and it's going to get covered by armor. So here's the Samurai Shogun's beautiful outfit. And then we're going to cover it with this samurai armor piece. I never know which way is forward on these things. I think, yeah, the picture is showing the whole side to be forward. And then the face. Let me show you the face too, because it's going to be obscured by a helmet in a minute. And these pieces do have age, what I call age stickiness, in that they're not moving quite as freely as modern pieces do, because the age wears them down a little bit. But these are still in very good condition. Obviously, I questioned all the sellers before ordering these. So there's what the face print looks like, because it's about to be obscured by a helmet. He's an old, you can see he's got the white hair of age. He's an old, wise samurai shogun general. And the helmet, I decided to leave intact, because as you can see, the helmet has this chrome gold piece. They don't do chrome anymore, but through the 90s and early 2000s, they did a lot of chrome pieces when they wanted to make something really metallic. Most of the chrome from that era is chipping, but the two chrome pieces you're going to see today, very good condition. And because they're in such good condition, I didn't want to play around and like separate the helmet and do a full reassembly, because I didn't want to scratch the chrome. These are the only two, this and the other piece you'll see in a bit, are the only two old chrome pieces I have in my collection. So I want to keep them looking as good as possible. So he's all dressed up and ready to go, complete with his helmet. And now he's going to get his katana. And the katana sword piece for Lego, it's one of the more classic and iconic Lego swords. It was after Castle Ninja. It was used a couple more times, and I think they were still using the mold as late as early Ninjago. I think they've since remolded the katana with a slightly updated shaping, but the classic katana was used all the way up through early Ninjago, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll go ahead and put him onto his horse so he can ride. Let's move his arm into kind of an action pose. Kind of a leading the charge kind of pose. And he gets one more little accessory to go on the clip on the side of the saddle here. And that is going to be this banner. It's a little bent, but in remarkably good condition for its age. Fabric and vinyl pieces from the age tend to get really raggedy and old and not great condition. But I was a little choosy when messaging the various sellers I could have bought from. So everything you're going to see today is in pretty good condition. So we'll attach his flag. Castle Ninja was famous for a lot of these vinyl ninja insignia banners like this. And this is my first one. And it's going to ride. It clips to the side of his horse like that. If you count the Thestral from my Fantastic Beasts set, then if you count that as a horse, then this is actually horses 3 and 4 for me. But since the Thestral is a fantasy creature, I'm inclined to just say this is horses 2 and 3, and that's something else entirely. So our second of the 3 vintage lords I'll be showcasing tonight is the Tribal Chief. This was from the Western theme. Back in 96, 97, when Adventures, around the same time Adventures first came out, there was a theme called Western. The first wave of the theme focused on the cowboys and bandits and Western town. And then the second wave of the theme focused on the natives, the Indians. And they made it so you could get the Indian chief in like a small minifigure. He basically came on his own. That's what this is right here. And I'll show you his horse in a minute. And he too has the brick plate combo for filling in the back of the horse. And it fits right in with the blue livery that he's decorated with. We'll set that aside as well. And we will give this horse his saddle. And before I do that, just take a look at how beautiful this horse. This horse printing, this extravagant and beautiful horse printing, is exclusive to the Indian sets. There were a couple more horses like this in some of the other bigger Indian sets, but this particular horse decoration is theme exclusive. So now we can go ahead and put his saddle on. And you can see his head is also squeaking a little bit as I pose it. And now we'll go ahead and start setting up the Indian chief himself. And legs, torso, and him we don't cover with armor, but I will show you when I put the face on, because the headdress will shadow the face. Now, when they did the Indians, they did, unfortunately, go with some of the racist designs of the day. You can see that's kind of a racist design for an Indian face. They haven't really done Indian characters since then. They've done a couple Indians across the CMF line, but it's a little more mild now. They didn't do outright racist designs like this. But I understand that when they did the tribute to the tribal characters from the Pirates theme, they did go back to those racist designs. So it's hit or miss with Lego and how they do their tributes when it comes to more sensitive themes like this. So of course we're going to put on his big headdress like this. And he will sit in the saddle. Okay. How does the picture show him doing this? So he sits in the saddle, right? And he gets accessories. And the picture shows he came with his black snake. So you can see the snake piece, classic evergreen. It's as evergreen as the 2x4. This is my only snake in black. You saw I have a red and green snake, and I have another green snake from earlier. But this is my first black snake. You can see the mold goes way back. It's exactly the same old snake. And in the picture I see it's a little desert scene, so the snake just goes off to the side. And then he also it also shows this classic green bush behind him. They don't make these bushes anymore. Now when there's plants and sets, it's like this big brick-built affair. And sometimes they look good and sometimes they don't. But here's the classic Lego bush. And now I need to make sense of these other accessories. he comes with... Alright, so we'll start with his shield. And I need to show you the shield. Let's see. Can I do it? Yeah, I'll try and grip it from the back. This is a beautiful shield. And this particular shield print, again, unique to the theme. Obviously, there's a lot of castle shields out there. But this is our... Actually, this is only my second Lego shield piece. Lego shields are kind of iconic pieces, but this is only my second one. The first one, my first Lego shield piece, I got earlier tonight in the D&D CMF with my Dragonborn Paladin. I can't make it do what the picture's doing, because the picture shows him holding it from a more side angle, like I don't think I can do what the picture's doing without breaking it, unfortunately, unless I kind of just fake things like that. But if I do it like that, I can kind of, sort of, but no, that's not really working. Yeah, I can't pose it like in the picture, unfortunately. There's no physical way to do that, I don't think. Maybe if I tilt it this way instead. No, it's not gonna go. That's alright. Wow. We need to wrap up with this guy, because we've still got the best and coolest vintage lord. We got our Samurai Shogun. We're getting the Tribal Chief ready. But there's still one more vintage lord after this. So we need to get him set up. So he gets an... No, he gets these feather pieces that go on the back of his axe like this. And, wow, this clip is showing its age. Is this one more secure? Or is this clip showing its age too? Yeah, that one clipped right on. So he's got little Indian feathers on the back of his axe like that. And it shows him holding this, ready for battle. And then, let me look at the... So it says there's supposed to be two of these little things. So where's the other feather go? I can't tell from the picture. Okay. Let me see if I can find the... let me see if I can find the entry for the instructions here. $6709. Let's see here. Can I get to my keyboard? Okay, so according to this picture of the box, the shield is supposed to clip onto the side of the horse, but then it goes sideways. I can't get it to do the thing. Unless... No. The way the saddles are designed, there's no way to make it look like the picture, in other words. So what we'll do is we'll do the shield sideways like that, and that'll leave his hand free. to make commands. And the box actually shows both feathers on the spear as opposed to the axe. So we're going to use a little creative licensing here. And we are going to put the second feather on the spear. We'll have it in the saddle clip as a backup weapon, like this. And I actually clipped right on that time, so not sure what's going on with that. And I would think you wouldn't want your decorative feathers to be covered with blood, so I'm actually going to push the feathers down a little bit to be kind of more handle decoration. So here we go. Here's our tribal chief, decked out and ready for action. We'll put him down here next to our samurai shogun, and they will await the coming of our third and final vintage lord. And I'll just take the snake and the bush aside for a minute. Now this one arrived partially pre-assembled, and because the nature of this set and its age, I didn't want to disassemble it more than necessary. So he's mostly together. You know what? I'm just going to... I'll make this the baggie because it's bigger. I'll make this the baggie for the vintage lords. I'll go ahead and put the two saddle blocks on them in, and the bush and the snake as well. Since I won't be needing them for the display. And then the rest of this, the rest of this we're going to put together. So first off, the first major thing to notice for this set is the vintage dragon. The original Lego dragon from the 90s castle. They made this dragon in black, green, and red. And I never had one back then, but I finally have one now. And he came pre-assembled because, of course, this set was... Well, this was a used set, so... I didn't want to disassemble it because sometimes the clip connections and other connections on older sets can wear down over time. I've actually, in the past, when I had my after college collection, I picked up some old sets from a yard sale, and like a lot of the character arms and clips were like breaking and cracking and stuff, so I didn't want to take chances disassembling the dragon, so I left him intact. So he's already ready to go. But that makes him my coolest animal figure. He's definitely a lot fiercer than two battle-ready horses. And who's mighty enough to ride such a dragon, might you ask? We're going back to Classic Castle. And one of the later sub-themes in Classic Castle, when they started to introduce more fantasy elements, they had the Dragon Knights and then they had the Fright Knights. And the Fright Knights were kind of a... Whereas most of the factions were based on, you know, England, France, you know, Germany, you know, the stereotypical medieval knights. The Fright Knights, as far as I can tell, seem to be based on kind of the Eastern European feudal model. Things like Transylvania and Romania. And the minifigure, I didn't want to take him apart either, because he actually has a cape from back then. This is in third, what did we say, 96, 97? An almost 30-year-old fabric cape, and it's still in very good condition. I need to show you this cape because it's uniquely printed as well. He's got the Bat Lord symbol on the back of his cape. And you can see there's a little wear around the edges. But for the most part, this cape is in remarkably good condition for being almost 30 years old. And I had to shop around a bit to find one who had a cape in such good condition. So, because it's starting to wear around the edges, I didn't want to take chances playing around and disassembling the minifigure to assemble on stream. So I just left him as is. But I did take his helmet off so you could see his face. because this is one of the early character faces. That's Basil the Bat Lord, King of the Fright Knights. You can see definitely a villainous face going on there. And then you can put his helmet on. When you put his helmet on, the Fright Knights were famous for their iconic Batwing helmets. Like that. And now we just need to give him his accessories. So, before I do that though, I need to figure out how to get this flame piece into the dragon's mouth, because I don't have instructions for this guy. And it's not clear. I think that little connection there. Yeah, it wasn't clear to me before. But that's how you add the fire into the dragon's mouth, like that. So the dragon's breathing fire. And now Basil has his bat head staff in one hand. And this is the exact same black bat piece that we saw in the graveyard earlier on the gravestone. So he has this black bat staff that he wields. And then he also has my other chrome piece of the night, which is this chrome silver sword. And it's still in very intact, unscratched condition, making this a remarkably well-preserved piece for its era. This was the other piece I was concerned about with this set. So I'm really happy about how he arrived. And I'm not even bothered that the cape has a little fraying on the edge, because one, it's barely there. It's just barely there. And two, he's an evil character and an action-based character. So it would make sense that his cape would have seen smoother days. It just makes sense for his character's look that the cape wouldn't be perfectly smooth. Anyway, so now we'll seat him on the back of the dragon, and he can lead the three vintage lords into action. Except they're kind of more of a good guy or neutral kind of characters, and he's clearly an evil character. But who cares? They're my vintage lords. That's what I called them when I was planning this part of the stream. These three figures and their mounts represent the oldest pieces physically in my Lego collection, predating my previous oldest pieces, which was the Black Pearl. And I think a couple of those promo blisters also predate the Black Pearl, but I'll have to check into which ones. But these are true retro vintage. These are the actual pieces from the 90s. Some pieces they don't even make anymore. And they don't make the classic iconic Lego dragon anymore, because now their dragons are brick built. They do a lot of dragons now, but this was the original. So yeah, we gotta create our exit setup, don't we? Alright, so it took us 4.5 hours to prep all these minifigures. Let's see how I'm gonna do this. Okay, side builds off, I guess. The ones that don't have stands, I'll kind of seat in the front. Let's see what I can do here. I got those 24. So first let's put together my exit stream. It looks like I see a few of my late night regulars, but a lot of them here, this is past the time they're normally on. So I think what I'm gonna do, how long has he been going? I think we're just gonna raid John, because I know he tends to go kind of late. So we're gonna raid John Lee music, and I'm gonna type that in and then make our exit spread and make closing comments. Yeah, it looks like he's just starting. John is just starting for the night. So is he talking yet? No, he's still in his pre-show even. So I'm gonna let that run on my screen so I can see how that evolves. And we will. So we're gonna raid John Lee music, and I'm gonna type that in. All right, let me go ahead and start setting up this exit spread. So we have We'll put these guys front and center to lead the charge. Alright, characters without bases we'll see. We got Maple to go back here. Here's our first spread of Halloween characters. We're not going to put the side builds up, so let me set these over here real quick. Let's bring out our cave couple. And their clubs look kind of heavy, so we'll seat them down here in the front as well. Maybe a little bit more back. Okay, Maple's come back into the scene. All right. Let's get our troopers out. Let's see. Maple's got the short legs and can't sit, so we'll just take half of her display just so that she can be positioned and not be knocked over. Okay, we'll bring out the characters from the Halloween set and the Mummy set. The suitcase keeps yeeting from his hand, unfortunately, but whatever. Might just be the age of the clip. And we'll seat. Oh well, the witch and the ghost can't get seated, so fell off again. That's twice in less than a minute. Put these guys behind the other Halloween guys. Yeah, this is not going to be the most attractive spread, but we're going to try. We're going to try and get everyone in there if we can. All right. The dog fell off. Okay. Yeah. This particular dog piece is poorly designed without a solid stud connection, only like a half stud connection. So you can put it on things and it'll kind of stay as long as you don't touch it. Alright. I wanted these guys to be front and center leading the charge, but since they're mounted, they're bulkier. So I'm going to move them towards the back and have more room up front for some of the smaller characters. So we'll put the Wizard of Oz spread over here. Oh. And then I'll reach over here. We'll grab our beach. Oh, I still gotta put the mummies up. We'll grab our beach and our rock band people, and we'll just fill them in. And I'm not gonna bother taking the turkey legs and bananas off right now. That's just too much. So we'll set up the band and the beach real quick. Oh, I need to readjust that as well. This is one of the sloppiest exit spreads you'll ever see on this channel, obviously, because it's not easy to put 58 people in a display and have it look good, especially when they're all sorts of different themes. Alright, our little city person there. And then we'll do the mummies. How many is that? Five, 6, 8, 12, 15, 18, 24, 28, 29, 32, 35. So I still need to make room for 24 more minifigures back here. Okay. Let's see, how are we going to do this? You know, that's a side build. We'll set it over here with the other side builds. Now we're just putting minifigures randomly into the spread. I think that's the only way we're going to get everyone on in a roughly decent looking manner. So, I know that when you look at this thumbnail on the VOD, you're going to be like, what the heck is all this? And not everyone has a clear shot. Unfortunately, I just want to get everyone in the shot. So, Kermit and Miss Piggy really should be in the front of the Muppets, for example. But I have to do this the way I can. And if the flying mummy is going to be elevated above the rest, then he needs to be moved towards the back as well. Yeah, this is the most cluttered exit display I think I've ever done on a Lego stream. Wow, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I estimated stream would be around 3 hours. I had no idea it would be a 4.5 hour stream, but here we are. So let me just finish getting everyone into the display. I think I got like 3 more figures to place. And now I'm just randomly putting stuff down and hoping it shows up in the exit view. We've already got 2 other witches up front. It's okay for the last witch to be towards the back. He's got short legs. We'll do this then. Not the best, prettiest exit spread, but it gets the job done. Okay. Let's see if I can type this thing without knocking anybody. 59 minifigures. I was right not to include the side builds. Anyway, I got a lot of cleanup to do, so let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and type our raid. Let me see if he's actually here yet. It looks like he's here.
Alright, let's do.
Yeah, he's setting up to start, so for real. We're beyond his splash screen, so we're gonna set the raid now. So yeah, this was fun. Minifigure party. There will definitely be more minifigures streams in the future, but maybe I'll do less at a time, because I really wasn't planning on this being 4.5 hours. So maybe I'll do less at a time. Maybe no more than 1 or 2 things that have side builds. I think that's what slowed us down, really, is the side builds. But also taking the time to enjoy each figure. Maybe we did a little too much of that, so. But yeah, we got Wizard of Oz, D&D, The Muppets, Classic Space, Classic Castle, Classic Ninja, Classic Western, Pharaoh's Quest Mummies, Animal Crossing, a little bit of Star Wars. We got Beach, Rock Band, and some Halloween. So yeah, definitely a very nice minifigure spread for tonight. So have a good night, and I will see you soon. And I have 2 more Lego streams for sure coming this year, and probably a bunch more Lego streams coming in in 2025. And other than that, we'll come up with some other content for the rest of 2024, I guess. Anyways, this was fun. This was pretty cool for a Lego stream. Focusing on minifigures rather than builds. Anyway, have a good night. Lego stream. Focusing on minifigures rather than builds. Anyway, have a good night. Did we lose? Alright.
It's the day you've been with him. No more long rides, so no more of your station.